Good morning, everyone. My name is Russ Wigginton, and I serve as the president here at the National Civil Rights Museum. And we are honored to have you with us in person and online for a day of celebration, for a day of reflection, for a day of commemoration, for a day of renewal, for a day of rejuvenation. Connected to 60 years ago, the importance, the foundational efforts, the monumental and transformative efforts connected to Freedom Summer and the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Those initiatives we will learn today, and we'll get some particular and special insight, are still important, still matter today. Here at the National Civil Rights Museum, where we chronicle the American Civil Rights Movement and talk about the ongoing struggle through the lenses of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a particular honoring of him. And where we serve, where we educate, and we serve as a catalyst for positive social change. It's so important that we are having this conversation here, the importance of place, the importance of our history, and the importance of how our history moves us forward. All of those things will be captured today. Buckle up and get ready for a monumental and joyful and hopefully memorable ride. Thank you so much. I'd like to now bring forth the director for two Mississippi museums, Michael Morris. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Morris, and I am the director of the Mississippi Civil Rights Museum and State History Museums just down the street in Jackson. And first and foremost, I want to thank President Wigginton and Dory Lerner for the invitation to participate in this important program. For the past few weeks, we've invited about 60 plus teachers from around the country and Puerto Rico to join us in Mississippi to learn more about Freedom Summer. And one of the things that we did and that we thought was important was taking them to the places where the history happened. So we took them to Macomb, we took them to the Mississippi Delta, and they got a chance to hear from some of the veterans of the movement through their lived experience about what happened that summer. We also read John Dahmer's book, Local People, together. And on one of those days, a teacher stopped me and they just asked me, do you ever get frustrated and exhausted telling these stories? And I thought about it for a moment. And I say, yeah, there are times where I'm frustrated about what happened in the past. But ultimately, I always remember the fact that I did not learn about James Meredith's March Against Fear until my first field trip to this museum. And so I was supposed to learn that in my classroom, right, back in Jackson, Mississippi, but I didn't. I had to go to Memphis to learn about what happened in my state. And so I'm saying all that to say Freedom Summer was a very, very important moment in Mississippi history, and not just because of the fact that more than 1,000 volunteers came down to assist local citizens in the effort to register voters and to start freedom schools. And yes, those 3 civil rights workers were murdered as well. But the events that took place that summer in Mississippi, I think fundamentally changed this nation. And I think it's just as important to understand the Mississippi movement as it is to understanding the creation of our United States Constitution. And so with that said, I want to commend the National Civil Rights Museum for putting on this symposium. And I want to thank them for their leadership that they provide to civil rights museums across this country. And I'm just happy to be here and happy to enjoy the programs that are going to be happening today. And happy to see so many friends like Judy Richardson and so many others. So thank you so much for having me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ryan Jones. I have the pleasure of serving as Associate Curator here at the National Civil Rights Museum. 60 years ago, as President Wigington and Mr. Morris stated, this was a pivotal time in our nation's history. The 15th and 19th Amendment guarantee each and every single one of us the right to vote, our American internal demand and our civic duty to vote for the values and morals of this country. And when you think about that, and you bring it full circle around and you see the overwhelmingly amounts of opposition to deny people that citizenship and constitutional right. When you tour the National Civil Rights Museum, you are taken aback by seeing the many faces of young people who really propel this movement forward. And so I have the distinct pleasure of introducing a distinguished group of guests and special people here that led that cause in the state of Mississippi. And so with that, I would like to introduce to our very first panel this morning, Mr. Cortland Cox, Mrs. Judy Richardson, Mrs. Dorothy Zellner, Mr. Cortland Cox and Charlie Cobb, and Dr. Robbie Luckett here at Jackson State University. And so with that, I'd like to introduce Dory Lerner, who will now escort all of our guests onto the stage.
And so, everyone, good morning. Welcome. We're honored that all of you could be here in the room with us. And for those of you that are joining us virtually, we're so glad that you're with us this morning. It's a real special day to be together and honor the 60th anniversary of Mississippi Freedom Summer. We're delighted you're here and delighted you could join us virtually as well. So I'd like to start with a tradition that comes to mind when we think of the SNCC meetings, which is to start with a freedom song. So I'm grateful to have brought in a friend, Mr. Philip Michael Williams, who also goes by Michael Williams. Philip Michael Williams the first. He is an educator at Douglas K-8 and teaches creative writing and is a brilliant mentor to his students at Douglas. And in fact, reached out to me a few years ago to connect so that we could offer resources and programming to Douglas K-8 students. And I'm so glad to bring Mr. Williams here today to share a freedom song. And so please feel free to join in. So everyone, Michael Williams.
Good morning, everybody. I know personally from part of that the songs of the civil rights movement were birthed from the church. So if I were to say, I woke up this morning with my mind, in church we would say stayed on Jesus. But at the meeting, at the SNCC movement, at the marches, when I say woke up this morning with my mind, they would say stayed on freedom. So I'm going to sing that this morning. And if you would indulge me, I would love for you guys to sing with me. If you feel like standing, clap. I invite you to do it. And at one point in the song, I'm going to transition from woke up this morning to ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. So let's sing a little bit, and please, I invite you to stand. All right. So the song just says, I woke up this morning with my mind, stayed on freedom. I woke up this morning with my mind, stayed on freedom. I woke up this morning with my mind, stayed on free. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. I'm walking and talking with my mind, stayed on. Say, walking and talking with my mind, stayed on freedom. I'm walking and talking with my mind, stayed on free. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. So then they would go, ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up the freedom lane. Ain't gonna let nobody, whoa, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody. I'm gonna keep on walking, marching up the freedom lane. Thank you.
Let me help you. You're all the way at the end. Yes, sir.
And you're gonna help me out?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I got a
Yes.
hand here for you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, everyone. All right. So again, everyone, thank you all so much for being with us. Thank you for joining us in that joyous song, reminding us of freedom and what SNCC was pushing for and what the civil rights movement was pushing for in 64 and really for the last 400 years, right? So everyone, my name is Dory Lerner, and I'm the education manager here at the National Civil Rights Museum. It's my honor and pleasure to serve here. I am going to introduce first my co-moderator this morning. So it is a sincere honor and, oh, got it? Okay. Good. It is my sincere honor and privilege to introduce my co-moderator, Dr. Robert Luckett. Robert Luckett, PhD, received his BA in political science from Yale University and then his PhD in history from University of Georgia. He's a native Mississippian and a dear friend of mine as well. He returned home to Mississippi, where he is a tenured professor of history and the director of the Margaret Walker Center and the COFO Center at Jackson State University. His books include a collection of essays, Redefining Liberal Arts Education in the 21st Century, which came out in 2021, and a monograph, Joe T. Patterson and the White South's Dilemma, Evolving Resistance to Black Advancement, which came out in 2015. Robbie is an advisory board member for the Center for the Study of Southern Culture and the Mississippi Book Festival and the South Central region of the Anti-Defamation League, as well as that he serves as a member of the board of directors for the Girl Scouts of Greater Mississippi and as a past member of the board of directors for the Association of African American Museums, where we will be presenting in August together. From 2017 to 2023, he was a member of the Board of Trustees of the Jackson Public School District. For his work in racial equity, he was named a Kellogg Foundation Fellow. Robbie has 3 awesome children, Silas, Hazel, and Flip. Please give a round of applause to Robert Luckett, PhD. Next, I will introduce our first panelist, and then Robbie and I will take turns introducing from there. So I would like to introduce, in terms of our first SNCC Legacy team member who's here to present today, Dorothy Zellner. She is a veteran of the 1960s civil rights movement. She was a staff member of the Atlanta-based Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee from 1962 to 67. She worked in Atlanta, Georgia, Danville, Virginia, Greenwood, Mississippi during Freedom Summer of 1964. And she ran the Northeast office of SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, of course, in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Once back in New York City, her hometown, she became a longtime staff member of the Center for Constitutional Rights and then worked at the City University of New York School of Law. She is a co-editor of Hands on the Freedom Plow, Personal Accounts of Women in SNCC by University of Illinois Press, which came out in 2010. By the way, we have copies of the book for sale in our gift store. And I'll talk about Judy Richardson in a moment, who was also a co-editor, and Jean Smith Young, who is also in the room, Jean Smith, who is also a co-editor of that beautiful volume, Hands on the Freedom Plow. And so they'll be signing copies of that book. Actually, they've already they've already signed them all, but if you'd like to buy a copy, they're happy to personalize it for you at their book table. So she's one of the co-editors of that amazing volume. In addition to Dorothy's civil rights background and activities, she has written for Jewish Currents, among other publications, and serves on the U.S. Board of Friends of the Freedom Theater, a cultural institution on the West Bank. So it's a pleasure to introduce Dorothy Zellner.
And good morning. It's my great pleasure now to introduce to you Mr. Cortland Cox. Cortland Cox served on the executive committee of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. He served as the SNCC representative on the steering committee for the historic 1963 March on Washington and helped organize the 1964 Mississippi Summer Project in Mississippi, what we better know as Freedom Summer. Mr. Cox was one of the organizers of the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, LCFO, established in 1965 in Lowndes County, Alabama, which only had 4 registered African-American voters despite being 80% Black. The Lowndes County Freedom Organization's work enabled Black residents to take control of the local government within 4 years. And just a side note, one of my favorite books about the movement is Hassan Kwame Jeffries' book, Bloody Lowndes. Pick up a copy of that if you want to understand Lowndes County. In the 1970s, Mr. Cox served as Secretary General of the 6th Pan-African Congress in Tanzania, as well on the board of Trans-Africa, which advocated for the end of South African apartheid. In more recent decades, Mr. Cox has served in a variety of local and federal government positions, including be appointed by President Clinton to serve as the director of the Minority Business Development Agency at the U.S. Department of Commerce. He currently serves as board chair of the SNCC Legacy Project. Mr. Courtland Cox.
I am delighted to introduce to you one of my dear friends who I have become so much closer to in the last year because of our work with the SNCC Digital Gateway and creating what are called SNCC Learning, the Digital Gateway's learning toolkits. And so we have been working closely together, but I had the honor of meeting Judy Richardson back in 2009 when I was in grad school in Boston. And I think were you living there at the time? So I was going to grad school there and I met her as a documentarian who came to speak to our class. And so I'm so honored to be able to introduce her to you today. Judy Richardson was on SNCC staff in Georgia, Mississippi, and Alabama from 1963 to 1966. Her experiences in SNCC continue to ground her film and education work. She is currently completing the new Visitor Center film for the National Park Service's Frederick Douglass House in Washington, D.C. In 1968, she was a co-founder of Drum and Spear Bookstore. And if you'd like to learn more about that amazing Black-owned bookstore, you can check it out on the SNCC Digital Gateway. But so she was, this was once the country's largest African-American bookstore. And she was on the production team for all 14 hours of the seminal PBS documentary series, Eyes on the Prize, as its series associate producer, then its education director. And so how many of you in the room were deeply influenced by watching Eyes on the Prize, the 14-hour series? For me, it was an extremely impactful and influential experience for me as a young child, even at like 7 or 8 years old when it first was released on PBS, and it influenced my life. So within Northern Light Productions, Judy continued to produce documentaries for PBS, the History Channel, and for museums all over. Those films include For the Little Rock Nine and the Selma National Park Visitor Centers, the Orangeburg Massacre, 1968, which was with PBS, and Slave Catchers, as well as Slave Resistors with the History Channel. She co-edited Hands on the Freedom Plow, Personal Accounts by Women in SNCC, a compilation of the testimonies of 53 SNCC women. And again, 3 of those women are in the room, 3 of those editors are in the room to sign books for you today, and we hope you'll pick up that amazing volume to put in your personal library or to gift to someone else. She co-directed 2 NEH 3-week teacher institutes co-hosted by Duke University and focused on teaching grassroots movements in the South from 1940 to 1985. She is a member of the SNCC Legacy Project Board, was a visiting professor at Brown University, and has an honorary doctorate from Swarthmore College. Again, Judy Richardson.
And Ms. Richardson, I still extensively use Eyes on the Prize in my classes and encourage people to continue to watch it because the second series is so incredibly strong and it holds up very well. Journalist and author Charles Cobb Jr. is a Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee SNCC veteran who organized for voting rights in Mississippi from 1962 to 1967. He's a board member of the SNCC Legacy Project. He's been a reporter for NPR, Frontline, AllAfrica.com, and was the first Black staff writer for National Geographic magazine, writing for them from 1985 to 1997. He is a co-founder of the National Association of Black Journalists. He's the author of several books on civil rights. His latest book is This Nonviolent Stuff Will Get You Killed, How Guns Made the Civil Rights Movement Possible, maybe the best title of a civil rights history book ever. And one I told Mr. Cobb just yesterday, I was telling a group of visitors at Jackson State that they needed to pick up a copy of his book. In 2018, he was the recipient of a Carnegie Fellowship to facilitate his latest book project, analyzing today's young movement for Black lives. And I very much look forward to that coming out in the not too distant future. Mr. Charlie Cobb.
And now I'd like to lift up the names, or we'd like to lift up the names of 2 people who physically aren't in the room with us, but we hope their spirits are with us here today. So we'd like to lift up the names of Dr. Bernice Johnson Regan, who was a founding member of the SNCC Freedom Singers. One of the reasons that we wanted to sing that song with you all this morning, or that 2-song medley with you this morning, and it inspired me to ask my friend Michael to come sing with us to kick us off. Dr. Regan has left a huge legacy. Her voice was heard all over the world singing freedom songs, and she inspired people to rise to their feet or join in song in any way they could, and to be freedom fighters in so many different ways. And it reminds us of the powerful instrument of change that music can be. So music has always been a tool of resistance, and it still continues to be, and we are grateful for Dr. Bernice Johnson Regan's for her influence and her impact. So I just wanted to lift up the name of Dr. Bernice Johnson Regan. And then Robert?
And the other person we wanted to lift up today, who we lost just in the last week, is Dr. John Dahmer, whose book, Local People, The Struggle for Civil Rights in Mississippi, was groundbreaking in 1994. It literally flipped the scholarship on its head and helped us understand that analysis of the movement should begin with the local people, should begin with the grassroots, the people that SNCC focused on, and building sustainability within communities from the bottom up. John Dahmer was as kind and generous as he was brilliant. He was a great friend. And for me, as a freshman in college in 1995, reading his book, Local People, made me want to be a civil rights historian. And so I owe a lot to him. He was always so gracious whenever I had any time to spend with him. And I think you'll be hard pressed to find anybody who knew him who has anything other than amazing things to say about the great Dr. John Dahmer. So would like to remember John as well.
Thank you. And I should have also asked and mentioned that Dr. Bernice Johnson Regan was also the founder of Sweet Honey in the Rock. Has anybody in the room ever heard them live, like over at Mississippi Boulevard? Is it not a life-changing experience? So both of the people whose names we raised today, we wanted to bring them up because we wished we could physically have them in the room, but they've transitioned. So we hope their spirits are here with us, and they certainly have inspired our programming today. So everyone, now we're going to get to our panel questions. And again, panelists, thank you so much for being here, and audience, we're so glad you're with us. My first question is really going to be, and a lot of these questions are going to be for kind of everyone to answer. So we'll start with Dorothy with this first question. Actually, we'll start with Dorothy, since you're sitting in this chair closest to me. And then we'll kind of go down the line. How did you get into SNCC, and what did you primarily do in SNCC before Freedom Summer? Yes, we'll trade mics.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, for the younger people, I ask you to exert a tremendous effort of imagination and imagine us sitting here 60 years ago, what we looked like then. So how I got to SNCC started off with me sitting in a restaurant across from the New York City main library on 42nd Street, looking through the New York Times, and there on a back page was the story about 4 young men who were arrested in North Carolina on a sit-in. And I was completely electrified. That moment actually changed my entire life. I came from an unusual family. My parents are both immigrants, Jewish immigrants, on the left. And so I grew up actually feeling that equality was important. So when this happened, I said, oh, I have to get there. So I won't bore you with all the tedious details, but I couldn't get there right away. And I did end up going in June of 1960, 4 months later, to Miami, to a core workshop where, of course, we got arrested sitting in because Miami was completely segregated. And then I ultimately got to Atlanta, not with SNCC, but with another organization. By this time, I was so much in awe of SNCC that it took me 4 months to get up the courage to walk a 20-minute walk to the SNCC office to actually meet SNCC people. And I met Jim Foreman, and the very first thing he said to me was, "Can you type?" And this became fodder for the women's movement, how horrible this was, but it was not horrible. It was wonderful because fortunately I could type and I could do something. So I became a volunteer, and in short order, I told him I can also write. And so he had me working with Julian Bond. And from there on, that's what I did. I worked with Julian on press and on the Student Voice as a volunteer, and then became staff. in 1962. My job in SNCC before Freedom Summer, is that what you wanted me to talk about? Also was working with Julian, as I say, on the press, the student voice, and somehow trying to get the word out, which of course has been a 60-year struggle. I especially address this to the historians about how to get the word out about what really is happening in this country and who is really suffering and paying the price.
Thank you, Ms. Zellner. Thank you so much for that. Now I'd like to call on Robbie to pull up our next panelist.
This question, I'm going to start with Mr. Cox. Would like for you to talk for a minute about what your main role was during Freedom Summer and what it entailed. And we can also perhaps let some of the other panelists answer after you, but we're going to start with you, Mr. Cox.
That's right. And actually, too, I forgot we wanted to kind of go down the line on that first question. Let's back up 1 second. Sorry about that, everybody.
Okay.
Sorry. We're going to back up one step. No one's perfect. All right. So what we'd like to do is actually go down the line and hear from everybody before we turn it over to Robbie for that next question. Sorry,
Okay.
everyone. What we'd like to do is hear a response from everybody
Fine.
on how did you get into SNCC and what did you primarily do in SNCC before
Yes.
Freedom Summer? Sorry.
So as Dottie said, I'd like to ask you to expand your imagination to think of me as 19 years old. And I got into SNCC because I was attending Howard University, and I started in January of 1960, and the sit-ins began in February of 1960. And as part of my effort to support what was going on in the South, we picketed Trailways, we picketed Greyhound, and we picketed Woolworths. In fact, I'm naming things that most of you have never heard of, but they were huge things. And I mean, if you lived in the South, you had got in the road and you got on Trailways, you got on Greyhound, and Woolworths was one of the largest department stores that existed in the United States. So as part of what we were doing a number of supportive things in terms of those who were engaged in sit-ins in the South and freedom rides in the South. But also we decided at Howard University to take our own action in Washington, D.C., in Maryland, and in Maryland, Washington, D.C., and sometimes in Virginia. But one of the things that we have to talk about in terms of Maryland, which we have to think about, is that restaurants were segregated on the way from New York to Washington, D.C., and Washington, D.C. to New York. And people also have to understand, and that at that time, 1960, it was the liberation of a number of African countries and a number of people, other Asian countries, and the diplomats who wanted to come from New York to Washington, D.C. were discriminated against. And it was a huge embarrassment to the United States. So we engaged in a number of things, not to not embarrass the United States, but to make sure that discrimination in public accommodations did not continue. And so we had the group called the Nonviolent Action Group, and Gene Wheeler and Charlie Cobb were both members of NAG. And what we did was we began to challenge ourselves to really make sure that we join with the actions of other young people across the country. So while SNCC at some point in, say, 1962, became a organization of organizers, when I joined in 1960, we were actually students. We were actually, and I was on the upper end of 19. There was some 17, 18, 19 people just coming out of high school. We were the ones who took on the challenge to make sure that public accommodations in this country was available for everyone. So I started my career in SNCC, and actually, continues my career in SNCC based on trying to end segregation in public accommodations.
Thank you, Mr. Cox.
We'll come back.
You'll come back.
Okay. Now I'd like to call on Judy to answer that same question, please. flip the little switch.
Yep. Okay. So okay, let me start with, I'm at Swarthmore College. It's 1962. I'm coming from a family my father died when I was 7, and he died on the assembly line at the plant in Tarrytown, New York, about 35 miles north of New York City. When I was growing up in Tarrytown, it was a factory town. And everybody I knew, their fathers, as did mine, worked at the plant. We just called it the plant. And so he dies on the line. He was treasurer of the union local, the UAW local, when he died. And so my mother becomes a single parent. She she had an 8th grade education, really serious about education, though, corrected my grammar. And so I get a full 4-year scholarship to Swarthmore College, Pennsylvania. It's a Quaker college. And I get there and I find as an SDS, now that's the Students for a Democratic Society, the progressive national, mainly white student group. They had chapters on, Columbia, San Francisco State, they were progressive and they were very supportive of the student movement. So I go to one of these meetings on a lark. I have no idea what they're doing. And it's mainly that my mother is not there to stop me, So I go to this thing and then I ended up, and they're working on 3 things. One of them is related to what I'm doing, which is, since I'm work steady, I'm busing tables to the cafeteria 2 days a week, right? And all of the other cafeteria staff are all Black, all women. And one of the things that the SDS chapter on Swarthmore's campus is doing is trying to organize this all Black, all female cafeteria staff. I am now part of that. And so there were these strong women. It's the first time I saw, I grew up with strong women. My mother was strong, but there was a difference in terms of how they operated and how they knew how to organize in terms of these women, not the SDS students, the women in this cafeteria staff. And so then I start going, the second thing is that they were doing bus loads with some other students to Cambridge, Maryland, on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. And that was to desegregate the public facilities, because Black folks had the vote in Cambridge, Maryland, had no power, but they had the vote. And so what the young people in Cambridge were saying, Black people were saying was, we want to be able to use the skating rink. And so it pulled the adults in, and they asked SNCC for help. So I was going down there, but I didn't know anything about SNCC at that point. I just know there's a strong local movement. Gloria Richardson is the head of it. And this is amazing, right? So I'm assuming I'm going to keep going with Swarthmore, right? And then I get convinced to take off the next semester, second semester of my sophomore year, first semester of my sophomore year, to just go work with SNCC. And I am so pleased because I have to apply because I'm coming from the North. And so I get this thing saying, yes, I have been accepted, so that I can now work for that in Cambridge, Maryland for a semester. And I'll get the amazing sum of $10 a week, which ends up being $9.64 after taxes. Okay. So I go there, but then while I'm there, Reggie Robinson, who was the SNCC field secretary there, he says, I'm going down to the national office. Come go with me, and we'll come on back to Cambridge. I said, okie dokie, So we get on the train. I get there, and the first thing I see, first of all, I'm thinking in my mind, oh, national office is going to be the Urban League. It's going to have rugs on the floor. It's going to, okay, none of that. Okay. So I get down there, and we round the corner. I see this Reggie go into this door, up this door, and it's right next to a barber shop, or was it a beauty parlor? I can't remember. Beauty parlor. And you see this glass door, and I see Reggie open it up, and then he runs up the stairs. And he's hugging this guy who is sweeping the stairs and is in overalls. And I'm thinking, oh, this is such an egalitarian organization. Reggie is hugging the janitor. And so, and I hear Reggie say, hey, Captain, how you doing? And they're just, and I'm thinking, oh, this is so nice. And then I find out, after he introduces me to this man in the overalls, that this is James Foreman, the larger-than-life executive secretary. And that what Foreman is doing in sweeping the stores, which we all know he often did, was like 2 lessons. One was, no job is too lowly in this organization for anybody to do, and every job is important to the sustenance of what we're doing. So you get that. And he often told people the first thing when they came in, here's a broom, sweep the stairs. Okay. So, but I come in to this thing and I'm seeing Julian Bond, whom she's working with. He's typing with 2 fingers, right? He's often in one of these offices, got a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, typing with 2 fingers, typing a press release. Maybe he's talking to Claude Sitton at the New York Times. He's doing all this stuff. And of course, he was a Morehouse student who had come out as one of those original folks organizing that first 1960 conference of SNCC. And then I see Ruby Dar Smith Robinson, the fierce, I mean, Cortland calls her the captain, or the general, something like that, because she's the one who had to sign off on whether I was going to actually be accepted to SNCC. She ran that office with an iron hand. And she's the one who had done 30 days jail, no bail in Rock Hill, South Carolina. She's the one who on the Freedom Rides is 30 days plus in Parchman Prison in Mississippi. This was a woman who knew, I mean, she knew struggle and just knew how to run an office. So I see them. I see all of these folks, they're in front of me. I see these 2 people who are talking to each of the field offices in Mississippi, Alabama, Southwest Georgia, because you call them twice a day to see if any houses has been bombed or any churches had been burnt, any people had been killed. Because the main point was, how do you get Black people registered to vote without getting them killed? So I come into this and, you know, I never made it back to Cambridge. I thought I was taking off 6 months, ends up being almost 3 years, because they became my family. And we often say we were a band of brothers and sisters, like Jean knows this, a band of brothers and sisters in a circle of trust. We were, and the fact that I know these people after 60 years and I'm still working with them, you know, this is something. So that's how I got to SNCC. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Charlie?
Yes. I first heard and learned about SNCC in jail. I'd been arrested for sitting in Annapolis, Maryland. And the people I was in jail with were talking about SNCC in Albany, Georgia. And that's where I first heard not just the name SNCC, but something about what SNCC was doing. I got arrested I was a freshman at Howard University. The year was 1961. And I got arrested a couple of more times that semester and the following spring semesters. And by way of nodding my head toward my family and my mother in particular, my mother said when she heard I was in jail, she told me after I got out of jail, she expected something like that to happen to me. I come from a very what would be called a race family, active and politically and conscious. Anyway, because I'd been involved in the sit-ins, CORE, the Congress of Racial Equality, invited me to a workshop for activists in Houston, Texas, and they gave me a bus ticket. They didn't fly you anywhere in those days, and I got on the Trailways bus to head from Washington, D.C., my hometown, and where I was in school at Howard University, to Texas. I got off the bus in Jackson, Mississippi, because the students in Jackson, Mississippi were sitting in. And I felt it was one thing for me to be sitting in Maryland. It was something qualitatively different for Mississippi students to be sitting in, because that's where Emmett Till was killed. And a lot of us in SNCC and a lot of people who were involved in the movement, we call ourselves sometimes the Emmett Till generation. So anyway, I make my way to their headquarters in Jackson and explain, as I'm somewhat explaining to you, that I'm on the way to this workshop conference in Texas. And one of the students, Lawrence Guillot, who had just graduated from Tougaloo College, great big guy, 6 feet tall, a couple 100 pounds, then gets up and leans over me, speaking disdainfully. And he says, and I remember the words exactly, he says, "You're going to Texas for a workshop on civil rights? What's the point of doing that when you're standing right here in Mississippi?" And there's a lesson in that because the movement in many ways can be defined as the kinds of challenges that Black people made to one another within the Black community. And that's exactly what Guyot was doing. He's saying, yeah, you can go off to Texas and chatter about civil rights, but if you're serious, you'll stay here with us. And they invited me to stay overnight. They had a house, a Freedom House, and we continued this conversation. And somewhere in this conversation, Bob Moses, who was the project for SNCC, appears and says, well, why don't you come up to the Delta with us? We're getting ready to start some project in the Delta. It's summertime. I don't really have to be in school. I don't have to be at a conference in Texas. And these people are interesting. And I was curious. And I went up there with them. The thing is, and I'm really making a long story very, very short. I became involved in the voter registration efforts in the Mississippi Delta that summer. And then at the end of the summer, I realized you couldn't say, well, folks, it's been interesting, but I got to register for classes. I'm just not made up that way. So I stayed. And as it turned out, this is now 1962. I didn't get out of Mississippi for 5 more years, working in various places among the Delta, working in Sunflower County. That's a whole nother story about that voter registration effort I became involved with in Mississippi. Anyway, that's the short version.
Thank you,
The
Mr.
short
Cobb.
answer to your question.
Thank you so much.
And now I think we're back on track. Mr. Cobb mentioned the great Bob Moses, who we lost 3 years ago. And I'm glad we have an opportunity to honor him as well. In my role at Jackson State, I have the high honor of running the COFO Civil Rights Education Center, which had been the state headquarters for the Council of Federated Organizations in Mississippi, which of course Bob it was his brainchild really. And out of that work with SNCC and Bob and COFO comes and begins emerging, I believe in 1963, the idea for the Mississippi Summer Project, what we know as Freedom Summer. And now, Mr. Cox, we could turn to you and talk about your role during Freedom Summer in Mississippi in 1964 and what it entailed. And then we will do the same. We will pass it down the line and come back.
One of the things I hope to do today is to really emphasize how young we were, 1, and 2, that we decided to take actions against situations that we thought were intolerable. And I hope that while we're talking about the history, each of you in this room can imagine yourselves dealing with the issues that you find are important, especially the young people. Because one of the things, again, as Dottie and others said, I was 19, Charlie was probably, younger and so forth. And Martin King, who we talk about here, was only 26 when he started. He never made it to 40. So a number of things are important so that we begin to understand we're not only talking about the history ourselves, but getting into the history. And as we look at Freedom Summer, we were trying to solve a problem. We were trying to solve a problem that said that for this nation, Black people in Mississippi were invisible. They were not seen. The senators and the leadership of the people in Mississippi said that Black people were happy. They did not want to vote. And if you gave them some fried chicken and something like that, they'd be happy. I mean, that's literally what was said. What we had to do was make the Black people of Mississippi visible. And we were able to make them visible by bringing people who this country cared about, the sons and daughters of the people who this country cared about, to work side by side with the people of Mississippi. And so that their light was able to make the country see the Black people of Mississippi who were invisible. That's the first thing. The second thing that we try to do in the summer of both in 1963 and 1964 was begin to make sure that Black people, African Americans, began to believe in themselves, because the oppression had been so I guess, all-encompassing, that in fact, you know, that the systems, whether you could not go to school, that was a big issue. That if you learned to read and write, that was a big issue. If you tried to start the black people in Mississippi were in fact subjugated both politically and economically. So how do you begin to solve the problem, and how do you begin to get, you know, not only them visible, but them to believe in themselves? Because and we were able to do that because the Black community had built infrastructures in their communities, in the churches, you know, in their organizations. And they had an infrastructure that allowed us to work with them to make sure that the communities that we were dealing with, you know, made a difference. My role in the Freedom Summer was very simple: to work with the leadership of the people of Mississippi to make sure that the goals that they wanted to achieve were achieved. So we engaged in voter registration. We engaged in making sure that people were part of freedom schools. We did a number of things like that. But in fact, at the end of the day, the things that we all try to do was make sure that we were trying to solve the problem of how we made people who were invisible politically and economically and subjugated because of that, much more visible and much more determined to make the change.
Mhm. Yes, Judy. Judy.
Oh, okay. Sorry, this is not my time of day. Okay.
Mine either. That's right.
Okay, so we moved the whole much of the national office from Atlanta of SNCC in 1964 down to Greenwood, Mississippi, and we go in Greenwood. That is also where the 2nd Congressional District office is for our organizing. And Stokely Carmichael was, of course, the SNCC staff person, but he was also project director of the 2nd CD, 2nd Congressional District office. So we moved that office down, and that means that you know, Julian Bond is coming down, and with his brother James Bond in this little VW bug, car, and he's interviewing a lot of the white volunteers, because one of the things we did, and you know, I should actually mention this, trying to figure out how to shorthand this. Okay, I will just say one of the things that we did is to have everybody who came down complete a form, and on that was, what is your local media that we can get in touch with if anything happens to you? And so it meant that if somebody was arrested who was from, you know, Chicago, Illinois, or Omaha, you know, that we would then go to the local paper and say, you're, you know, so-and-so, you know, who is 19 years old, has now just been arrested. Because what you're trying to do is get the attention of the nation on what we're doing in Mississippi. So we had all that. We're also calling, so one of my jobs was to call around to all of the projects in Mississippi, as it was for a number of the people. We had something called the WATS line, the Wide Area Telephone Service, WATS. And it's like an 800 line. And it meant that we called twice a day to make sure that people were still alive in those areas, who were part of our staff, and also get the information for what was going on. Now, we had been doing the WATS line reports when we were in the national office in Atlanta. And every day, as I said, we always called, we found out. And I should say parenthetically that when those 3 particular civil rights workers are killed, I am at that point at the orientation session in Ohio at the college there, where we had 2 sessions of orientation. So I was about to come down on that second session. Andy Goodman had come down on that first to join the core section, which was Michael Schwerner and James Chaney, who was the local movement organizer. And so when I get to the second session, we know that the 3 are missing. And so Bob Moses says at this session, he comes out in the morning and he says at this college session before we go down to Mississippi, 3 workers are missing. And he said, we in the movement know they're dead. But if any of you white volunteers, and he didn't say white volunteers, he said, if any of you looking at the many, many white volunteers who were students. They're our age, they're 18, 19 years old. He said, if any of you want to leave now, we will not think less of you. None of them left, okay? So, but we also, as movement people, knew what this meant. We knew that they were dead because we knew that if they had not called in, we had not been able to reach them. They had two-way radios. We knew they're dead. And then, of course, we eventually find their bodies in an earthen dam, having been put there by the deputy sheriff and various other white supremacists in power. So I'm going in to this situation where I know, see, I've been taking notes, I've been taking the calls. I knew people died. I knew about Herbert Lee, who's killed in, 1961, strong local leader, NAACP leader. I knew that when, and killed by a white state legislator, E.H. Hurst, in the downtown, so-called downtown, in Little Town Square, in Liberty, Mississippi, right? Killed point blank by the white state legislator who was his neighbor, but who really was very upset about the fact that Herbert Lee was organizing Black folks to vote. Now, it's okay that he had even given him some money. This white state legislator had even given Herbert Lee some money to help him with his farm. But do not try and register Black voters. That crossed the line. And so in 1961, he takes out his gun and in the town of Liberty, Mississippi, shoots them dead. Okay, white state legislator. So I knew this had happened. But when I'm hearing in 1964 that the three are missing and we know they're dead, for me, it becomes real. It's like all my friends, these people here, it's like folks I know who are now part of family. These folks, I could lose these folks, right? Now, I'm not thinking I could die because I'm 19 years old, right? No, nothing can happen to me, right? But these people whom I now love, right? Something could really happen to them. And so it became very real. Okay, so we're doing this within Freedom Summer. At some point, and I won't go into it, but June Johnson, who was this strong local leader, and we keep talking about local leaders. When we come in, what we're building on is what Ms. Baker, and you can't talk about SNCC without talking about Ms. Baker. Ms. Baker, in her network, it's not only that she gives us her grassroots organizing philosophy, it's that she provides us her network of strong grassroots leaders whom she has been organizing as director of branches for the NAACP, right? That's not what the National wants. They want good old middle-class Black people. What Ms. Baker is doing is organizing the people who have no voice. So she provides that link to us. And what Bob Moses does is he goes in first and stays with Amzie Moore, a strong local leader, who, by the way, had himself been part of that World War II, Black World War II vets coming back from World War II. He, Medgar Evers, a number of Black folks start this organization called the Regional Council of Negro Leadership. They have a meeting of Black people in Mount Bayou, Mississippi in 1952, 53, 10,000 Black people in Mount Bayou. And John Dittmer, when we were doing Eyes on the Prize, I had heard Amzie, because I'd done this interview with Amzie Moore. And Amzie had said to me in this interview, and he said, well, we had this meeting and we had about 10, 15,000 people, Black people in Mount Bayou. And I'm thinking, oh, poor Amzie, he's getting a little demented, Well, honey, we have a scholars meeting and it includes John Dittmer. And I say, John, I remember asking Amzie this question. He said, oh yeah, that was the Regional Council of Negro Leadership. They had 10, 15,000 people in Mount Bayou, Mississippi, all Black town in Mount Bayou. And there's a thing, Jet Magazine, who was the Detroit congressman, Black? Congressman Diggs came down. Adam Clayton Powell came down, right? They were hooked up and they're talking about voter registration. They're talking about economic equity, getting equal loans from the federal farm organization. They're talking about all the economic and political stuff in 1951. So when we come in, these folks have already been talking about this stuff. So in any event, we do this, and I will just end very quickly. June Johnson at one point comes in because I'm in the office, and she says, Judy, and you know about this because you were in the Stevens Kitchen. Two young Black guys. I'm gonna forget their name. Anyway, they had decided to sit in at the movie house, and we had said no sit-ins. Our focus is on voter registration. We don't want the money going to try and getting you out of jail, right? So But they wanted to do it 64. They want to be able to sit down on the regular floor of the movie house. Well, somebody shoots at the car. It gets in the eye of do you remember their name? At this moment? No, at this moment, because I asked you, that's why. Okay, so June Johnson, who had been beaten with Miss Hamer, bloody, in Winona, Mississippi, as well as 2 other people, she comes to me and she says, Judy, the guys are in the hospital. We got to go get them and see about them. And I said, oh, okay. And I had the keys to the car. We get to the car. We go in. Somebody starts shooting at us. But I'm saying, when I hear the shots, June says, hurry up, speed up. They're shooting at us. And I said, oh, no, June, that's just a backfire. Now, let me just say, I'm from Tarrytown. Do I know? This is June. She's from Greenwood. Okay. So we get there and, there's a mob and all that kind of stuff. But what was amazing was the persistence of Black folks, leaders, and just regular folk who just persevered. And that's what we counted on. Yeah, so that's it.
We had a very particular problem that leads to the 1964 Mississippi Summer Project, and that is the murderous nature of the state of Mississippi. I still think people today do not understand how murderous this state was with regard to civil rights and Black people. And the problem was that while with this Ku Klux Klan violence, which a lot of it was, although there were groups in Mississippi that considered the Ku Klux Klan too liberal, the problem was that while violence by the Klan or Klan-like organizations and sheriffs and the like were expected, we could not get the federal government to pay attention. The federal government always came up with excuses as to why they could not offer protection to the people in Mississippi suffering under this violence. And what the Klan had learned was while they could not run us out of the counties or out of the state, they could seriously intimidate through violence local people. The local people were much more vulnerable to violence than we were. And you can see a perceptible change in the violence in the sense that it shifts away from SNCC or CORE, and more local people are the targets of violence. And we could not get the federal government to pay attention to it. And the country itself was largely ignorant of it. Newspapers weren't reporting it. The attitude of the newspaper reporters I remember was they felt and would say, aren't these people just apathetic, Charlie? They don't really want to register to vote. They don't really want civil rights. They are happy and sad. Newspaper reporters, there are some exceptions to this, I must say, but in general, news media ignored the violence too. And one of the reasons for the Summer Project was to bring the country's attention to what was going on in Mississippi. And the way we decided, and I remember the discussions, the way we decided to bring the country's attention to Mississippi was to bring the country's children to Mississippi. And if they were exposed to the dangers that we were exposed to and that the local people in Mississippi were exposed to, the country would pay attention. Now, sadly, this was proven true with the murders of James Chaney, Mickey Schwerner, and Andy Goodman. It was proven true. And there was a noticeable shift now in the interest of both the federal government and the country in what was going on in Mississippi. Did not resolve all the many, many issues associated with the denial of civil rights in Mississippi, but at least now we're getting the country to pay some attention to Mississippi. And that's an important reason for the Summer Project. And it's important for you to understand that this is a constant struggle. In some ways, the movement for Black Lives Today has much the same kind of problem. And that's what we were trying to get at. I have many memories because for me, as my life as an organizer, in fact, did not change very much with respect to the Mississippi Summer Project. I continued doing what I had been doing for the last couple of years before the Summer Project. I was an organizer in communities. I had the additional burden now of having to manage this large and sudden influx of inexperienced volunteers, and we had lots of concerns about what this might mean, having a large, mostly white crowd of inexperienced students now in this dangerous part of the country. But largely my life didn't change very much. The danger, with the attention, the danger increased, but we were by this time used to danger. The one incident I remember, and I don't know whether I ever told you this, Judy, Ivanhoe Donaldson and myself, Ivanhoe was a friend and SNCC field secretary as well. I mean, our most dramatic moment in Mississippi was sneaking into Tallahatchie County to rescue Margaret Block because the Klan had decided to kill him, and word had gotten out and Margaret was hiding out. And local people led us to where Margaret was hiding out, which was a cave in Tallahatchie County. And we made our way to the cave with the help of local people. And well, that's what I remember.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Before we go on to Dorothy, I wanted to lift up the name of the folks that were doing the sit-in in the movie theater, thanks to investigative journalist Jerry Mitchell. So it was Silas McGee, according to what he found, and then Clarence and Jake, his brothers, but they were part of the McGee family. So now, Dorothy, if we could go to, and that was who led the sit-in in the movie theater in '64. So if we can go to Dorothy now.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, Judy has covered really what I did during the summer in Greenwood. May I tell you all how utterly terrified I was? And may I also say, if you say, oh, these people have courage and I don't have I don't have that courage, I can't do it, I want to tell you, you're looking at a garden variety coward, okay? And believe me, and so nobody should say that they can't participate in these things because they're not brave enough. So my role really with the Freedom Summer was prior to the Freedom Summer, and that was interviewing people and getting people there. Now, this was a giant logistical triumph. This is 60 years ago. We don't have social media. We don't have the internet. We have to get 1,000 people to Mississippi. They're going to be staying with local people. Most of them are white, not all of them. Most of them are white. The white people are going to be staying in the home of a Black person. It's going to be very visible to people. How we talk about courage. You want to talk about courage. It was extremely courageous to have a white person stay with you that summer if you were Black. So, but our job, my job, one of my jobs, I was running the SNCC office in New England, was to get people there. And this was repeated throughout the country. I wasn't the only one. But my partner in crime, so to speak, was Kate Clark, who was the daughter of Kenneth Clark, the famous Black psychologist, whose work was pivotal in the Roe and Brown decision. And she and I interviewed people together. And I am told, fast forward for a second, at the 50th anniversary of the Freedom Theater, people came up to me and said they never forgot this interview. This was the worst interview they ever had in their life. And part of it, I don't know whether it was because we were so tough, but we told them the truth. You want to go down there? You Are you ready for this? This is going to be extremely dangerous. You may die, D-I-E, die. And here we're talking to 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds, you know, so it must have been totally terrifying. So our mission in life was to make sure that no diva got past us. And we didn't want anybody going down there and saying, oh, it's too hot here, where's the air conditioning? No, we didn't, and we wanted people who were going to show respect for the Black community. No shorts on Sunday in church. And you're going to go to church whether you believe or you're going to go. You're going to church, but you're not wearing shorts. So we actually said no to some people. Here are people ready to go, and we felt that they were not appropriate to go. And we wrote these voluminous evaluations, which, by the way, if a historian is here, are lying probably somewhere in Jackson, Mississippi, which would be an incredible historical find. So basically, that's what I want to tell you. I mean, that people, we were very, very careful. And let's see how to phrase this. We did not want people who were going down to do something for the poor people down there. We wanted people who had a burning feeling that they themselves had to participate in this social movement. This is a different thing. And maybe later on we have time to talk about being an ally and what that really means. So that was really my primary role. Did I leave anything out, Judy?
But that was fantastic.
And Ms. Zeldner, I will let you know, someone that you guys may know, Jan Hilligus in Jackson, Mississippi, who did yeoman's work saving much of the COFO archives, has almost all of the applications from Freedom Summer. And another great friend and scholar of mine who is working with us at Jackson State, Dr. Christina Thomas, has been helping her preserve those. And so she's found them.
Could I just say that our evaluations were extremely frank. So I'm hoping that somebody doesn't read it and come after me, because I'm too old.
We had a Freedom Summer volunteer, Jim Cates, come into COFO last week, and he told us he was rejected the first time he applied, but he came back and applied a second time, and he said the exact same thing you said, that he was terrified of after the first interview.
All right, thank you. So, Judy, I'm going to ask a question and wonder if you can do this one, kind of a shorthand version, if possible. What kind of prep did SNCC do? No shade there, no shade at all. What kind of prep did SNCC do in terms of research and publicity in advance of the summer?
Again, we're trying to get the attention of the nation on what we're doing. And so I'll just focus really on one of the things that we do, which was the compilation, and you can find this on our site. This is an ad, sncdigital.org, snccdigital.org. It has all things SNCC, what we were, who we were, what we did, why we did it. And it is documented, and it has just a wealth of information. But on there, you can see this as well. It is a compilation of the Watts Line reports, all of the reports that we did from 1961 to 1963, along with the photos that were included, because of course we had a photo department as well as, as a research department. And what you see here, and it's, about 7-8 pages. For example, along with Black women going to vote, you see September 25th, Liberty, Amet County, Herbert Lee, a Negro who had been active in voter registration, was shot and killed by white state legislator E.H. Hurst. No prosecution was undertaken, authorities explaining he had shot in self-defense. There's stuff about Charlie and Cortland. One thing that I really, and this relates to what Cortland was saying, it says April 2nd, 1963, Washington, D.C. Senators James O. Eastland and John Stennis stated on the floor of the Senate that Negroes have not been denied the right to register and vote in Leflore County or anywhere else in Mississippi. Okay. You have Jimmy Travis, and we had the photo of him here after he is shot in the neck and in the shoulder. We thought he was going to die. He was in the hospital for 6 weeks. But then you have the first report that we get from Greenwood. So this is the actual documentation of what we were dealing with. Now, why are we doing this? It is part of the press packet. And the reason we're putting in the press packet, along with, the Mississippi, the federal protection we're supposed to have that we don't, because we only had one number. That was John Doerr in the Justice Department. He, unfortunately for him, gave us his home number. So at 2 o'clock in the morning, we're calling him. He's the only one who we ever, and he didn't have all that much power. He subsequently said to us, I wish I could have done more. And I always said, as we all did, you did more than anybody else in the Justice Department, in the federal government. Okay. But what was interesting, the reason we did this is we wanted the press to understand, when you see Mayor Thompson, for example, the white mayor, of course, of Thompson, we didn't have Lumumba then. When you saw him, and he brought an actual tank to put in the major area of Jackson, Mississippi, to show that he was ready for these hordes of communists and outside agitators who were coming to Mississippi, right? A real Thompson tank, and it's on the front page of Newsweek during that time. So we wanted people to understand, the press to understand, it's not just these crazy people. This is systemic. The fact that you have a Herbert Lee and then a Lewis Allen who says he's going to testify, and then he gets shot the day before, we're to get him out of harm's way to the north. This is systemic, and it's related to what people do now, so that if you see a George Floyd, you understand it is not just this individual cop who has not had enough sensitivity training, right? It is because the racism within the police department, the protections that they have, are systemic. And that's what we show over and over again through the Watts line reports, through the photos. And so what we're doing is prepping the press to understand what Black people are trying to do and what they've gone through to try and register to vote. And we also, as I said, tried to set up a number of interviews with white volunteers, so that, again, you're bringing the nation into Mississippi so that they're connected, so they're no longer believing what Senator Eastland and Senator Stennis are saying. One last thing, speaking those two senators, what we also try to do through the press, but also through all of our communication, was to show you, wherever you are in the North and the West, you should care about the fact that those two senators keep getting in and have seniority. And this is a time when these folks had real seniority in the House and in the Senate, because they're the heads of the Senate Appropriations Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee. They control lots and lots and lots of money. And so they are doing legislation and controlling legislation that affects you in New York City, in Connecticut, and wherever you are. And we here in Mississippi are trying to get rid of these guys. I mean, electorally. So we were trying to do all of that.
Thank you.
Mr. Cox, I'm going to turn back to you for a second. One of the things that I think we don't really examine very closely, other than kind of the activists and the scholars who are studying this, is how difficult it was to get these national organizations to work together. It's little understood that COFO, formed of CORE, the Congress for Racial Equality, NAACP, Southern Christian Leadership Conference, those organizations competed for resources, had at times difficult relationships between those organizations. If we look at the story of Albany, Georgia, and Charles Sherrod and what was going on there between SNCC and SCLC. So I wonder if you might talk about what that was like and what it meant to bring those national organizations together.
Yeah, I want to start locally first. So Bob Moses, and I forgot the man's name, came up, she said that a man came up to him and said he was a member of the NAACP, CORE, SNCC, SCLC, and he was a member of anything that will get the suppression off of him. So at the end of the day, that was where the strength was, that the people who faced it every day had to deal with that. And as you moved up from that particular place into the national organizations, the question is, what is the rationale, in fact, that each of these entities were trying to deal with? This person in Mississippi was trying to deal with oppression. The people in New York were trying to deal with getting funds. They're trying to deal with, and one of the things that's interesting, I mean, I had a personal encounter with Roy Wilkins. So the NAACP did not want to support the sit-ins. They thought that their approach for dealing in the courts was the way to go. And that was the way, what we needed to do, and the things that would happen, that things could take place in that arena. And we thought it was too slow. And because you remember after the Brown decision, they talked about all deliberate speed. And by 1960, we thought that things were too slow. And so there was a conversation, and Roy Wilkins said, I am tired of these people and doing these demonstrations, making us spend our resources to engage in getting them out of jail and doing these things. I don't want to stop this. And he said, we need to stop this. And if we can't stop this, I need to say over my dead body, we got to stop this. And I looked at him. I was all of 22 years old. I said, that could be arranged. Because at the end of the day, back to the point, what was the motivation? The person in Mississippi was thinking about oppression. The people in New York were talking about resources and what was driving the discussion. And there's several things that happened after the 64. I mean, there was a big meeting in New York with the SCLC, NAACP, all these other people, liberal groups, church groups. And as part of the Mississippi people, the MFDP rejecting the so-called compromise, they were furious. The people in the leadership in the national organizations were furious because they felt that they had been embarrassed. And in fact, they accused Stick of really trying to be disruptive. And so my sense is, and the reasons when I won't go into it, but the question is always is, where you stand generally depends on where you sit. And if you were sitting facing oppression, you wanted to make the fight. If you were way up there and it wasn't a business, you were talking about resources.
Thank you. Mr. Cobb, how did you come up with the idea of freedom schools, and briefly explain how it comes out of the work that you were doing organizing voter registration in Mississippi?
Try and give you a short version.
Thank you.
One, the problem of education has been with us since the days of slavery. In those days, educating, meaning reading and writing, enslaved people was illegal. And to the extent that you had schools, they were secret schools. I'm thinking of Mary McPeak, who might talk about often, who was a free woman, but who secretly began teaching enslaved people to read and write in Hampton, Virginia. You can see a monument, a marker to her on the Hampton University campus, because the oak tree under which she taught these people to read and write still exists as a part of the Hampton University campus. So this has been with us long before Judy or Cortland or I got to Mississippi. And we could see it instantly in lots of ways. You either saw ramshackled kind of schoolhouse buildings, or you saw glistening brand new schools, except if you looked in the libraries or if you looked in the laboratories, there were no test tubes or there weren't books. They were shells that were built after the 1954 Supreme Court decision to pretend that such a thing as separate but equal existed. The thing is, we didn't have the resources, so we didn't have the ways and means of even beginning to tackle that problem. The idea came up within the context of planning for the 1964 Mississippi Summer Project. And the idea came up for pragmatic reasons as well as educational reasons. The pragmatic, what we had to address in part, as you might imagine, is, well, what are we going to do with all these students coming here? What do you do with them? And when I proposed the Freedom School idea, it was a way, in my mind, to not simply begin to address, because I didn't think we would solve the problem of education. I mean, the state, counties shut down Black schools so students could go out and pick cotton when the cotton came up, or shut down public schools so students could go out and plant cotton in the fall, such things. So we didn't think we could solve these massive kinds of problems, but we might be able to tackle, I thought, in terms of proposing freedom schools, some of the problems of education. Certainly consciousness raising kinds of things, maybe some things related to reading, writing, and arithmetic that they weren't getting in schools. And I don't mean, there is a whole undertold story about the heroism of Black teachers who defied this whole system and who, in spite of all of the punishments possible, still sought to give their students meaningful education. It's a story I wish was much better told. But our idea was, okay, we can use these students coming off of some of the finest colleges and universities in the country to really begin to tackle this problem, recognizing that as a summer project, it wasn't going to really solve the problems. And we had some surprises in the freedom schools. One was the interest was greater than we anticipated. We had about twice as many freedom schools as we had projected having. And secondly, we found, and this was completely unanticipated, we found grown-ups were showing up to become a part of the freedom schools. Because remember, this population, Black population I'm talking about in Mississippi, was deliberately kept illiterate, deliberately kept uneducated. And although we knew this, we didn't anticipate the adult interest in freedom schools. It surprised us as much as the number of people showing up for the schools surprised us. The other big surprise, and what we could do and try to do, was the remarkable creativity that emerged within the context of the freedom schools, the poetry that emerged. Not something, it wasn't that we were having poetry classes, it was just within the context of these schools, these kids, and we were talking about mainly middle school and high school kids, began to generate poetry. Julian Bond, in fact, published some of them as a book, I think, titled Freedom School Poetry, which may still be available. I'm not sure, but the whole creativity, once they realized you didn't get punished for asking a question, you didn't get punished for challenging the system of white supremacy, then that released this remarkable level of creative energy. And that's how I think of it, as creative energy, liberating energy. And that was in our thinking about creating the freedom. And I want to give some credit to the adults who preceded us. I'm thinking of people like Septima Clark, Charleston, South Carolina. I'm thinking of people like Miles Horton of the Highlander Center in Tennessee, Chattanooga, Tennessee then. I didn't really organize the freedom. I proposed the freedom schools, but turned it over, the idea over, to educators who were conscious, and there was a whole set of people whom we didn't know very well until we created the freedom school idea, who surfaced. People like Septima Clark. Miles we knew because the Highlander Center is one of the really important institutions of the South, insofar as SNCC in particular is concerned.
Thank you. So we only have time, unfortunately. We had a couple more questions, but we only have time to ask one more. And we were going to ask it of everybody, but we only have time for one last response. So I'm going to leave it to Robbie.
So with that in mind, Mr. Cox, hoping that you might spend a second thinking about what then is the legacy of Freedom Summer. What was its impact?
Freedom Summer was probably the most impactful political activity that has occurred in the United States over the past 80 years. You know, one of the things that we need to see is that, first of all, it made the people of Mississippi the most exploited visible. And it raised the question of what this country is going to go to be about. Second, and probably the next issue that we hadn't talked about, was the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. And because of the work of Freedom Democratic Party, because of the challenge in Atlantic City, because of the refusal to be subjugated based on some fiction of 2 seats in the balcony, the Democratic Party had to change. And what we see to the Democratic Party today was determined by what happened in 1964 in Atlantic City. So I think that one of the things that, if one really wants to study the impact of 1964, the 2 big issues: 1, the question of the visibility, the most exploited, and 2, the realignment of political parties in the United States.
Thank you so much. So everybody, we are so grateful you could join us. And most of all, we are grateful to have all of our SNCC panelists with us today and Dr. Robbie Luckett. So one more time, I want to say their names. Dr. Robert Luckett is here from Jackson State University. Then we have Dorothy Zellner, Cortland Cox, Judy Richardson, and Charlie Cobb. We are so grateful that you would help us to remember all the ways that history moves us forward. Now, we are going on to our next moment in the program. So we are going to have a program with Jerry Mitchell and Ryan Jones. So we look forward to having you with us. We're going to get started with that next program in just a moment, and then lunch will be served soon. So we're very grateful that you're here, and thanks again for joining us for this first part of the day. Stay with us.
Give me the microphone. I'll take the microphone. You got it?
Can we do a group shot? Yes, yes.
Hey, you kind of look like it, Ryan. Yeah. Okay.
So where are we going to be? Just these three? I was gonna say, can you get a picture of me? Jerry, you look really good up there.
One more, Robbie. Just one more. Robbie?
Are you doing anything here? Since everybody got a question too, Ryan.
Ryan, would you like me to introduce? Just say the next part is going to be led by you. Sure. Okay. And I'm sorry, I didn't have everybody's name. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Where's the mic? So I've got my mic. Testing.
Right. So everyone, we're going to come back together now. Friends, we're going to come back together now. We're going to start with our next panel. And I shortened the list too much when I was in my haste to wrap up the last panel. So this amazing discussion. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. We're going to start our next panel now. This next discussion will be led by National Civil Rights Museum's Associate Curator, Ryan Jones, and he'll be presenting with Dr. Davis Houck, Jerry Mitchell, and Devery Anderson. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ryan Jones.
Thank you, Dory. And we're now in our second panel today at our 60th anniversary community symposium here at the National Civil Rights Museum. I have the pleasure of introducing three incredible historians and scholars of this very story. And that is Mr. Devery Anderson, Dr. Davis Houck, and Jerry Mitchell. And just a little background on these three distinguished gentlemen. Devery Anderson earned a bachelor's degree in history at the University of Utah in 1997. His book, Emmett Till, The Murder That Shocked the World and Propelled the Civil Rights Movement, which I would say, just for those that read about the Emmett Till story, this is really the essential book on the story of what happened to Emmett Lewis Till. His book went on to win so much acclaim that they turned the book into a limited series, Women of the Movement, which was broadcasted on ABC television in January 2022. He is also the published author of A Slow, Calculated Lynching, the story of Clyde Kennard, which is who he will be talking about on this morning. Next, Mr. Jerry Mitchell. Jerry Mitchell has been a reporter in the state of Mississippi since 1986, a winner of more than 30 national awards. Mitchell is the founder of the Mississippi Center for Investigative Reporting. The nonprofit, this nonprofit is continuing his work of exposing injustices and raising up a new generation of investigative reporters. He is the author of Race Against Time. A reporter reopens the unsolved murder cases of the civil rights era. This work led to the successful convictions of 4 Ku Klux Klansmen, who we also will be selling and honoring today. And lastly, closest to me, Dr. Davis Houck from Florida State University. He's the Fannie Lou Hamer Professor of Rhetorical Studies at Florida State. He's also the co-author of Emmett Till and the Mississippi Press and the co-editor of Women in the Civil Rights Movement between 1954 and 1965, and the speeches of Fannie Lou Hamer, To Tell It Like It Is. He the published author of the book Black Bodies in the River, Searching for Freedom Summer, which we will be speaking about this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome these three distinguished authors. So when you think of the civil rights movement, and Devery, we're going to start with you on the story of Clyde Kennard. Many people in the audience are probably familiar with their work on Emmett Till, but just give us a small synopsis of who was Clyde Kennard and what made you inspired to write about his story.
Well, thank you so much. And it's great to be here today. And first of all, just looking at the picture up there of me, I honestly, I do own a change of clothes. Not sure what happened there. I don't go around. I think that's probably a different shirt or jacket. Anyway, Clyde Kennard, I learned of him, and we talked earlier today about John Dittmer and his passing just recently and how important and influential his book, Local People, was. Well, on June 13th, 2017, as I was looking through his book, I ran across the story of Clyde Kennard for the first time. He just devotes a few pages to the story. But when I read that, it just hit me and just grabbed me in the same way the Emmett Till story did when I learned about it on Eyes on the Prize. We talked about that today, too. That's how I first learned the name of Emmett Till in 1994. In both cases, and talking about Clyde Kennard, it just hit me that this has to be something that I write about beginning today. Happened to be the day after his birthday. He was born on June 12th, 1927, same year as my father, so he'd be 97 now. Could could conceivably be alive. A lot of people live to that and beyond, but his life was cut short for a variety of reasons. Clyde Kennard was a very brilliant young man from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Always interested in books and learning. So he was the type of person who wanted to go to school. He entered the Army, spent 4 years in the Army, part of it in Germany during the post-occupation years there, teaching denazification classes to children. He entered the Army again after he received his GED in 1950, and then he spent another couple of years in the Army and was a paratrooper during the Korean War. While he was stationed at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, he began attending the Fayetteville State Teachers College. He did that for a couple of years. It was a well-funded, highly regarded black school in North Carolina, but he got his first taste of college life, and it meant a lot to him. He did great. He was a great student. After he was released from the Army, he moved to Chicago with his sister and began attending the University of Chicago. Again, did that for a few years. But then his stepfather had a stroke. The family owned a lot of land in Hattiesburg. His stepfather had a stroke, and so he had to come home to help his mother run the farm. And he wanted to continue to go to school. But the closest school to his home, the only one he could try to attend, was what was then Mississippi Southern College, which is today the University of Southern Mississippi. He tried to attend the college. He applied a few times, and of course, they weren't about to let him in. This is the post-Brown years, but they were fighting integration with everything that they had. And so Clyde Kennard got into some trouble trying to get into the school. He was framed after his final attempt in 1959. He tried to get in 1955, applied again in 1958. The Governor Coleman, told him, just hold off. It's an election year, wait till after the election and try again. So this was after a long, long process of them trying to keep him out. And he agreed and said he wouldn't. And then the day after the primaries, he kept his word. Then he applied again to go to the school. They tried everything they could to get him out. They couldn't use race directly as a reason because it would open them up to a lawsuit. So they said, well, you didn't have the right number of references. You applied too late. They gave different reasons, different excuses. Finally, because he wouldn't give up, on the day that he was rejected for the final time, when he went out to his car, left the school, the president's office with his rejection letter, 2 constables were standing there and told him that he had been driving recklessly on his way into campus. They drove his car to the police station, put him in the back of the car with one of the other constables. When they got to the police station, they told him that they found 5 bottles of hard liquor in his car. And so he was arrested for, Mississippi was a dry state. It was illegal to have that kind of liquor. And so he was arrested and framed, obviously. At this point, the Sovereignty Commission was investigating him, and their internal correspondence said, yes, yeah, this clearly looks like he was framed. The Sovereignty Commission didn't say they framed him. They said, it's unfortunate that this had to happen because we wanted to quietly reject him and get rid of him. And now that he's been arrested, it's going to look like we did it. Anyway, that's what happened. So I don't know how much you want me to talk about him, but that's his story. Then he was arrested again a year later when he threatened to sue. And then he was framed. He was a chicken farmer. He was framed for stealing 5 bags of chicken feed, framed as an accomplice. The person who stole the feed was caught. He said that he was stealing it on behalf of Clyde Kennard. Johnny Lee Roberts was his name. He was arrested, given probation, 5 years probation. Clyde Kennard went to trial, and he was sentenced to 7 years hard labor at Parchman for this 25 bags of chicken feed. He developed colon cancer in prison, was given very little help, could have been beaten at the time, but his condition was ignored for the most part. He died in 1963 of colon cancer after a long battle of trying to get out of prison, trying to get the help that he needed. So that's why I call the book A Slow, Calculated Lynching, because the state was trying to put him away to get him out of the picture, framed him, put him in prison, and he slowly died there, and no one seemed to really care that was happening.
Slow, Calculated Lynching by Devery Anderson. We carry it here in the museum store, so make sure if you have not read this story, please purchase it here and for our viewers online. Dr. Davis Houck, the state of Mississippi was the most racially oppressed state. I think we can all agree with that. And it led the nation in racially motivated violence going over a century, over 100 years. And in your book, Black Bodies in the River, Searching for Freedom Summer, talk a little bit about the inspiration for it and what is the overall synopsis that you're trying to convey in the book.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you for having us today. Back in 2006, I was watching a documentary on the History Channel. It's called Freedom Summer. The director, I believe, his name is Marco Williams. And I teach at Florida State this history. And at about the 31-minute mark of that documentary, Dave Dennis comes on. And Mr. Dennis begins talking about during the search for Goodman, Schwerner, and Chaney, other Black bodies were being discovered around the state of Mississippi. And I believe he gave a number of 5. And this is the first time I had heard this. The scene then cuts to a historian by the name of Gerald Gill, who was teaching at Tufts University. And Professor Gill said, when they were searching, when the Navy was searching for Goodman, Schwerner, and Chaney, they turned up 9 unidentified Black bodies. And for me, I've never forgotten watching that show thinking, why don't I know about this? I'm the one who's teaching this history to my students. And how could we not know who those 8 or 9 Black bodies were? So I didn't set down to write a book at that point in time. The book is fairly recent. It was published in 2022, and this is 2006. So I kind of set that little fact to the side, and I began just kind of reading around it. Again, I didn't set out to write a book. I was just curious. And so I began to just kind of look and see what other historians had said about that claim. So the first person I went to, of course, was John Dahmer and local people. And in local people, he claimed that there were 3 bodies, and he names 2 of them, Charles Moore and Henry D., who, if you know any of their story, they were murdered by the Klan on May 2nd near Meadville, and their bodies were eventually buried. Their bodies were discovered in July. So it was interesting. Dittmer says 3, and he doesn't name, he says there was a 14-year-old whose torso was discovered, and that torso was wearing a Core t-shirt. And I thought to myself, wow, number one, how does he know he's 14? Because he doesn't name him, right? He doesn't name who this is, but he knows that he's 14 and he knows there's a Core t-shirt. Then I went, I'm a historian, so I started kind of just reading around my sources and went to Kagan and Dre and some of the other real popular books on Freedom Summer. And Kagan and Dre said, well, no, there might have been 5, but they don't name them, and they didn't name where. I'll talk a little bit more as the conversation unfolds today, but that's where the project started, just trying to understand, trying to educate myself as to who were these people? Why don't we know their stories? And there's obviously a ton more work to do, and it's kind of on my shoulders and other historians' shoulders to begin to try to figure out who these bodies belong to.
Thank you, Dr. Oak. Investigative journalist Jerry Mitchell from the late 1980s has been this champion for justice for civil rights cold cases, beginning with the June 1963 assassination of Medgar Evers, the NAACP's field secretary. We just spoke about the 3 murders of Goodman, Chaney, and Schwerner, as well as the murder of civil rights activist Vernon Dahmer from Hattiesburg, who in the audience today, his son, Mr. Dennis Dahmer, is here, and we will recognize him in just a little bit. And of course, the heinous bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church in September 1963. Mr. Mitchell's book, Race Against Time, a reporter reopens the unsolved murder cases of the civil rights era. Mr. Mitchell, talk a little bit about when you were at the Clarion Ledger in Jackson and what persuaded you to seek justice in these civil rights cases.
Well, well, it's wonderful to be with you, and just what an honor to be here with all of you who are been a part of the movement. You know, Dr. King talked about at one point, one day the South will recognize its true heroes. And I'm so grateful that we could recognize all of you as our true heroes today. So I want to give you another round of applause. Thank you for all you've done. No, I was a young reporter at the Clarion Ledger at the time, the statewide paper in Mississippi, and which, by the way, these activists will remember as they often called it the Clarion Liar, I think, back in those days, or the Klan Ledger, because it was horrible, racist newspaper back in the 60s and 50s and 60s. But it had changed, fortunately, by the time I got there. And so I don't know if you're like me, but if someone tells me I can't have something, I want it like a million times worse. Anybody else like that, or I'm the only one? Yeah. And so there was something in Mississippi called the Mississippi Sovereignty Commission, which was this state segregationist spy agency that operated in Mississippi from the 1950s into the 1970s. And in 1977, Mississippi legislature voted to seal all those records, like 183,000 pages of records, and for 50 years. So when I found that out, my first thought was, yeah, there's something in there. They wouldn't be sealed. I know the Mississippi legislature wouldn't be sealing something for 50 years unless there was something in there. And so I began to develop sources who had access to the files, and they began to leak me the files. And Ken Lawrence was one of those. I can name him now. Some of the other ones have to remain unnamed, but began to leak me those files. And what they show is at the same time the state of Mississippi was prosecuting a guy named Byron D. LeBeckwith for the murder of Medgar Evers, this other arm of the state, the Sovereignty Commission, which was headed by the governor, by the way, was secretly assisting the defense trying to get Beckwith acquitted. And nobody knew that. So that story ran in the Clarion Ledger October 1st of 89. And I don't know how much more you want me to tell, but that's kind of how it began. That story began. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're gonna have a conversation at the end of the day at the symposium. We hope that you all stay with us this afternoon on the Sovereignty Commission and reopening these civil rights cold cases in pursuit of justice for the family members of these incredible martyrs. Devery, going back to Clyde Kennard, we mentioned Vernon Dahmer here, and we just mentioned Medgar Evers and his role in civil rights activism. Talk a little bit about Clyde Kennard's relationship with Vernon Dahmer in Hattiesburg, as well as Medgar Evers and his family in Jackson.
Yes, Clyde Kennard was from Hattiesburg, and the Kelly settlement was where the Dahmer family lived. And it was a long history. I think it was founded in the early 1802, something like that. 640 acres originally. I don't know if that's what it still is, but families that settled there. And I think basically, at least I put this in my book, I hope I'm right. The families, the descendants of those have just kind of inherited that land, and a lot of them are still there. Well, the Kennard family lived there, and Vernon Dahmer was a mentor to Clyde Kennard. They were about 20 years apart. I think Vernon Dahmer was born in 1908. Clyde Kennard was born in 1927. So Clyde really looked up to him. He was a friend. Clarence Bates Jr., who was also a friend of theirs, said he remembers the two of them trying to get people to vote, going around back in the day. One of the things that Vernon Dahmer did, he was encouraging of Clyde Kennard whenever he was making these attempts to register at Mississippi Southern College, which was, as I said, is what it was called at the time. Vernon Dahmer on their property there in the Kelly settlement had a store, and a lot of people would just congregate around the store. And whenever Clyde Kennard was doing something to try to get into the school, one of the kids, or he was a kid then, he's I think in the 70s or maybe 80s by now, was a teenager at the time, and he told me, he said, I remember vividly Clyde Kennard going to Vernon Dahmer's store, and Vernon Dahmer saying to all the local boys that would kind of congregate there, saying, here's Clyde, let's hear what he has to say today about his latest attempts and to get into the school. And so Clyde would then talk to these boys there on the porch of the store. And he said, I remember we used to eat bologna and cinnamon rolls from the store. So maybe Dennis, you remember them serving that there. But he was very encouraging of Clyde to tell his story and encouraging him to get into the school, because he knew that any attempt like this was a courageous thing to do, but it was the steps that people had to do and take these kinds of risks to ever get anywhere. And for Clyde to be able to even do that, he had to have local encouragement from his friends, and not only his friends, but his mentors and those who really knew what was at stake. And he looked up to Vernon Dahmer for that reason. His relationship with Medgar Evers came a little bit later. It came after his first arrest, when he was arrested for the reckless driving and illegal possession of alcohol. When he got out on bail, the day of his arrest, he immediately drove to Jackson and met with Medgar Evers, and Medgar Evers put him in touch with one of the attorneys there, R. Jess Brown, who became Clyde's attorney from 1959 until his death, represented him in his chicken feed trial. But he did his best to help him. Medgar Evers grew very close to Clyde Kennard. Myrlie Evers writes in her book For Us the Living, and she told me this story as well. It was one of the only, if not the only time she saw Medgar cry, when they were at I think it was a freedom banquet for the NAACP, where they were honoring Clyde Kennard, and he was in prison at this point in Parchman, but his mother was there, and he presented an award to Clyde's mother for Clyde, and he started telling Clyde's story, and he just started crying as he was speaking. And Myrlie said, yes, it was the only time we saw him cry, and the rest of us cried with him. And he was crying so much and so out of control that Amzie Moore, I believe it was, came up to him and said, I'll finish the speech for you. And Medgar said, no, Amzie, I can do it. He just took a second to get back under control and was able to finish the speech. But that's how much this story of Clyde Kennard affected Medgar Evers, because he knew he was innocent and he was suffering in prison. He had served in Germany and in Korea. And like so many people from that era, so many black military men would go overseas and be fighting for freedom and coming here and not only be denied it, but in Clyde's case, here he is in prison, framed just because he wanted to go to school. That was his sin. And Medgar Evers wanted so badly to free him. And if you see the correspondence in the Medgar Evers papers, the state archives, and also in the papers of the NAACP, there's so much. He was writing Clyde Kennard's family and saying, we're not giving up. We're not giving up. And this was after his case had been appealed to the state Supreme Court, and Thurgood Marshall tried to present it to the U.S. Supreme Court, but they didn't hear it. So at that point, it was rejected. It looked like he was going to have to be in Parchman for 7 years. But Medgar Evers just worked tirelessly on his behalf and never gave up. And there's more to say about that and Vernon Dahmer as well, but it's probably more to come later.
Yeah. Professor Hoke, in the age of social media, and we talk about the role that the press serves, telling these stories during the civil rights movement, and you've done an incredibly amount of research on the evolution of the press, specifically in Mississippi during the civil rights movement. What are some of the things that you could suggest to people today, young journalists, if you will, of the power of oral history, as well as the intersection with press of the then of today?
Ryan, I'm not sure where you're taking me with this question, but I'm going to try. Ryan and I were talking a little bit before the panel today. Because I confessed to Ryan, I said, I really want to talk to the movement veterans about how things would change today in the age of social media, how your job, I know your jobs would be completely different. And obviously everything with social media is so much faster. Here's Ryan. Here's where I'll kind of take your question. Here's what I like to do with my social media is on anniversaries of deaths, but like the July 2nd, 1964, the Civil Rights Act. We just had a Medgar Evers anniversary. And Jerry does this every single day on his social media work, is to publicize our civil rights history. For his thousands of followers, I don't have nearly as many, but just, and so I'm learning from Jerry's feed all the time, this history that I'm supposed to know, because I teach lots of big parts of it. And so I don't know, because Ryan, I'm not equipped to answer the question, how would it change the activism part of it? But as a teacher, I'm always encouraging my students, but also I do it myself, is just to celebrate that history so that people can just know it and people can then share it themselves, because in the age in which we live, it's, for better and worse, infinitely shareable stuff.
Yeah. Thanks for that. And it was complicated. We'll continue that. Jerry, in your book, you talk about actually interacting personally with some of the most staunch, and
some of the
violent
killers.
human beings of all time. You know, you sat in the home of Byron D. Beckwith. You became an enemy. It's an understatement, with Edgar A. Killen, who's the mastermind behind the Goodman, Chaney, Schwerner case. What was it like for you? And if you feel comfortable sharing.
Sure, I'll show the Beckwith one. That'll be the quick one. Yeah, I went to go interview Byron D. Beckwith, who killed Medgar Evers, and he lived in Signal Mountain, Tennessee, which is just outside of Chattanooga. In fact, Dr. King, in his famous "I Have a Dream" speech, mentions Lookout Mountain. Well, that's the other mountain across from Chattanooga and Signal. And the reason Dr. King mentioned it, I'm convinced, is because it was a Klan hangout. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain. And of course, Signal Mountain was also a Klan hangout. So Byron D. Beckwith lived there, and I had to kind of pass the quiz in order to go interview him. And I could have refused to answer his questions, but I knew he'd love them, so I just answered honestly. White Southern boy, raised in East Texas, I answered honestly, and he said, "Come on." And so I went up and interviewed him. We spent about 6 hours talking. Absolutely the most racist person I ever spent serious time with. It was like N-word this, N-word that. And then it started in all the other non-white racists. He was an equal opportunity racist, essentially. Also very anti-Semitic. He's a part of what's called Christian identity. I don't know if you ever read anything about it. If not, you can Google it and learn about it. They believe like Adam and Eve were white people, which is like crazy stuff, But anyway, and so we talked for about 6 hours. I will tell this additional detail, which added to the creepiness of it. So at some point, his wife brings him in like this, it looks like orange soda, okay? And brings him in, sits it down, and it's like bubbling furiously like some kind of mad scientist potion, And I'm kind of like, what's that? And he said, it was orange soda, but it was combined with food-grade hydrogen peroxide. And that's what he was drinking. Yeah. That's a long story, but I can explain all that. But anyway, it was very creepy. But anyway, so I spent about 6 hours talking to him. By this point, it's dark. And he insists on like walking me out to the car. And I'm like, really? That's okay, I think I can find my way. So he walked me out to the car anyway with his little flashlight and got me out there. Says, if you write positive things about white Caucasian Christians, God will bless you. If you write negative things about white Caucasian Christians, God will punish you. If God does not punish you directly, several individuals will do it for him. And so his wife had made me a sandwich. I think you can guess what I do with a sandwich after that. So I'll tell this very quickly after this. So he didn't know at the time, this is before social media, that I was the one that wrote the story that got the case reopened when I visited with him. Anyway, he ended up getting indicted for killing Medgar Evers, fought extradition, wound up back in Mississippi. By now, he'd figured it out. And he saw me across the courtroom and said, "You see that boy over there? When he dies, he's going to Africa." Wow. I turned to a friend of mine and went, I've always wanted to go to Africa. So I'll tell this too. So Byron D. LeBeckwith, when, was convicted of the murder of Medgar Evers in the exact same courtroom he was tried in 30 years earlier. And when the word guilty rang out, you could literally hear the waves of joy as they cascaded down the hall until it reached a foyer full of people, black and white, just erupted in cheers. And I just felt chills because impossible had suddenly become possible. And so I can't say enough good things about the family. And I thank Dennis for being here. The Dahmer family. I can't say enough great things about the Dahmer family and these other families. But I say this, if we had more families like the Dahmer family, what a great country this would be. Because they are, I know a lot of these folks know the Dahmers and others, and it's just to see this happen, and it just, how can you not be moved, and how can you not want to help bring justice for these families who have suffered for so long?
Thank you. Absolutely. 60 years this same month, we're commemorating the Civil Rights Act of 1964, effectively outlawing segregation in public facilities. The three of you have written extensively about civil rights activism, the incredible individuals who led that fight and that charge. But when you fast forward 60 years later, what do you think the legacy remains in the state today? I know that, Jerry, you still live in Mississippi now, and of the reconciliation projects that are ongoing within the state, how do you feel that the state has moved forward? Is it taking steps forward? Or is it still remaining in the same? Or is Mississippi taking a step back? We can just, all the authors can make a comment on it.
Well, you certainly see a lot of attempts to move forward that have been, to me, just very, personally touching, and I know how it affects the state. Looking at the Emmett Till case, getting the case reopened, a lot of people were hoping for somebody would be held accountable finally for that. That part didn't happen, but there's the scripture that talks about getting the truth, because the truth will set us free. We learned so much from that investigation, and that was so freeing in so many ways, because the more we know, the more truth that comes out. That only makes us better, and it makes us look at that past in different ways, or ways we should. There's a progression to the whole thing that we notice, and sometimes just getting the truth will do that. In the case of Clyde Kennard, as I mentioned, he was framed, and now we can go back to Jerry Mitchell again here too, because he's in. Anytime you see about a case like this, especially if it's a cold case or that gets reopened or something, Jerry's name is always there, right next to it. The man who testified against Clyde Kennard, his name was Johnny Lee Roberts. He was a 19-year-old worker at the Forest County Co-op where this chicken feed was stolen. Well, decades later, Jerry Mitchell interviews Johnny Lee Roberts, and Johnny Lee Roberts in 2000, I think it was, that article came out at the end of 2005, told him that Clyde never did anything wrong. He never asked him to steal the feed. So suddenly here's this basically a confession. The one testimony that put him away, he's now telling the world that Clyde never did anything wrong. Fast forward over the next few months, there were several attempts to, based on that, he finally gave a sworn affidavit before a judge saying that Clyde did nothing wrong. There were attempts to get him pardoned. The governor wouldn't pardon him, Governor Haley, posthumously, because he said, we've never done that in the state of Mississippi, but there's a lot of precedent for it elsewhere. Bill Clinton had, at the national level had pardoned dead people, but Governor Haley wouldn't do it. It finally went to the court where he had been originally convicted. That judge threw it out in May of 2006. And that was and I've interviewed people who were there and witnessed that. The Dahmer family was there. Dennis's mother was there. She knew Clyde Kennard. Others were there. And these people who were now there on his behalf were sitting in the jury seats, the same seats where the people had convicted him so many years earlier. But I talked to people who were there, and they said it was such a freeing thing. Clyde was dead. He wasn't personally going to benefit from this, but Mississippi had to benefit from exonerating him, throwing out that conviction all those years later. It was a very symbolic thing, but it turned into a very healing thing. And those kind of moments couldn't have happened years ago. So we see some progress by the fact that biracially, these things were pushed forward. I could tell you white students in the North at Chicago, black students in Hattiesburg seeking signatures to present to Governor Haley. Very conservative people like Charles Pickering, who is a federal judge, with very liberal people like former Governor William Winter work together. So we saw liberal and conservative, white and black, all working together to exonerate Clyde Kennard. So moments like that, we see some progress that couldn't have happened, and we get a taste of that healing. And there's so much more that needs to be done, but we've shown that we can do it. We've shown that it can happen. And imagine that kind of healing at courtrooms throughout the state and throughout the country where people get together. Imagine that on a larger scale. And so, yes, there's been progress made, but we take these steps forward, and then suddenly something happens. We take so many steps back, and we tell people, look at our history. We interpret this now as meaning something different than what you see in the very moment when it happens. How are you going to interpret this latest killing or this shooting or this unarmed black man who was killed, or a woman in her home with boiling water that someone thinks they can shoot her in the head? How are we going to interpret all this stuff down the road? Can't we get past it now? Can't we learn these lessons now so we don't have to keep repeating them? That's the challenge that we face. But we see these little moments of reconciliation and hope that we just need to see on a larger scale so that we don't have more events like this happening. We can learn so much from the past, the bad, as well as the good that's happening.
I'm glad Devery mentioned the Emmett Till case, because I just wanted to send a big shout out to my friends in Tallahatchie County for the work that they're doing. Beginning in 2007, getting a public apology, that county apologizing to the Till family. But speaking selfishly as an educator, I love to come to Mississippi because there are so many resources here for people like me to do our work. We're going to talk later about the Mississippi Sovereignty Commission. It costs a little bit of money to digitize all those files and make them searchable. The Civil Rights Museum in Jackson, my goodness, what a treasure that is. And the list goes on and on and on. And so I'm an outsider, I'm a Floridian, but I applaud the state of Mississippi for the work that they've done and the work that they will do.
Murley Evers said we keep repeating our history because we don't know our history. And I think that's so true. It seems like with race relations, whether you're talking about Mississippi or you're talking about America, we tend to take one or two steps forward and then one or two steps back, So it's always a challenge. I think that's why you have to, as these veterans of the movement remind us, you have to be ever vigilant. And from a journalism standpoint, this is the way I think about it: is you have to have the truth before you can have justice. And even if you can't have justice, you can still have the truth. And that's why I think what what I do, really, I think of it as a ministry in a lot of ways. It's just trying to serve people, and people that they have voices, but they aren't being heard. And you think all this stuff is over with, and then we, over the past almost 2 years now, we've been investigating Mississippi sheriffs and other law enforcement abuses. And you may have read about this one. It's called the Goon Squad that was operating in Mississippi. And you think this stuff is past, and then you find out it's not past at all. And that what Faulkner said, the past isn't dead, it isn't even past. And so it's such a reminder in Mississippi. So we have, the good news is, if you want to come to Mississippi and make a difference, we got plenty of opportunities. And but I think, yes, we're making strides in a lot of ways, but we have a tremendous amount of work to do. And the other thing I'd say about Mississippi generally is I think the nation, in some ways, it used to be Mississippi was kind of the last to bring up the rear, so to speak, in all issues. But now I think in a lot of ways, the nation is following Mississippi instead of vice versa, in some of the trends that we're seeing. It's kind of interesting. I'll mention very quickly is, in 1890, Mississippi adopted a constitution and passed laws that were essentially designed to disenfranchise Black voters. And they made no secret of it, but they tried to, but they said the reason that they were passing these laws, voter fraud. Sound familiar? So I mean, that's why I'm saying, if we understand our history, we know our history, it informs us, because history, at least in my mind, tends to go in concentric circles. And so anyway.
Thank you for that work. And we thank you all that are watching via live stream on our online feed. We've got a few questions, and then we're gonna conclude here and break for lunch for everyone that is here in person. For Jerry, were you afraid you would not get out of Signal Mountain alive? And how long did it take to get where you felt like you were in a safe place?
I was young and obsessed and crazy. The other part I usually don't tell part of the story, but I'll mention very quickly, is at the time that I went to go interview Byron D. LeBeckwith, my wife at the time was 8 months pregnant. And so just going out the door, being able to go out the door without her killing me before I left to go interview Byron D. LeBeckwith, she did not want me to go. She said, he may kill you. And I said, well, he doesn't know I wrote the story. They got the case reopened. And she was like, how do you know? So, I mean, that was kind of, I was walking into, I had no idea what it's going into, but I knew I needed to do it. And I interviewed all these killers that would let me sit down. Bowers was the only one that wouldn't sit down with me. All the others did. And anyway, it's been an amazing journey. I feel very fortunate. But yeah, I have to say my faith played a role, because I feel like if somebody kills me, I just get to go home sooner. So anyway, yeah.
Professor Hoke, talk a little bit about, and we mentioned in your book, there are several people who were found in the search of this 44-day search for the missing 3 civil rights workers in Neshoba County. But one of the 2 that you mentioned were the murders of Charles Moore and Henry D., who we now know were killed in May, and they were found around the same time when the Civil Rights Bill was passed. Speak a little bit on the circumstances surrounding that atrocity and the eventual conviction that did come from it several decades later.
Yeah, and Jerry can speak on this one too. So, I mean, this story is just so sad because Charles Moore's 19 years old. Henry D., his friend, is 19 years old. Neither of them are involved in civil rights. They're just trying to get home, hitchhiking one Saturday morning from Meadville, Mississippi to where they live in Roxy. And, you know, it's like 8 miles down the road and it's 11 o'clock in the morning and they decide they're going to hitchhike. A Klansman who's had his eye, Charles Marcus Edwards is his name, he thinks that Henry D. is running guns from Chicago into Roxy for Freedom Summer, right? Because we're going to have this armed revolt. And so I'm reading this history. I'm getting kind of caught up on this history. So, okay, so why does a Klansman think a 19-year-old is running guns from Chicago to Roxy? And it's because he wears nice clothes and he wears a do-rag. That's what he said. And he visits Chicago a lot. And he had conked hair. So the Klan gets interested in Henry D. Not Charles Moore. They don't know who Charles Moore is. And when they see him on this, Charles Marcus Edwards sees Henry D. hitchhiking on this Saturday morning. He calls his Klan buddies, the Bunkley Clavern. My understanding is they started at the Bunkley Baptist Church. Go figure. Which still exists. So the Klan quickly organizes. A guy by the name of James Ford Seal, who I'm going to let Jerry speak to in a minute, shows up in his VW and basically orders them, not at gunpoint, but all but gunpoint, to get in their car, get in his car. Yeah, he's a government agent. They quickly realize they're in trouble because there's a car behind them and they're talking on walkie-talkies, I think. And they drive them to the Homachita Forest and proceed to beat the hell out of them. They're trying to beat out of them a confession. Where are the guns? We know you know where the guns are. And I think at some point, these guys pretty quickly realized we better tell them a lie because we're going to die out here unless we tell them the lie. And so they told them a lie. Oh, they're at this certain church in Roxy. And now the Klan's got a real problem because it's like these two guys who are near death, what do we do with them? And so they take them up, you know, they drive up into Louisiana, Parker's Landing, middle of nowhere, and they're both alive. I think this is where the histories get some of this wrong. They say, oh, they're dead and they just drown their bodies. No, they're both alive. And they tie their bodies to parts of an engine block, take them out into a John boat and dump them over. The only reason we know, I think I can say this pretty confidently, I think the only reason we know that those two bodies that were eventually discovered on July 12th and July 13th, 1964, was the Klan forgot one thing. They didn't take their jeans off. So we have their billfolds. It's the only reason we know who they are. Jerry, you want to talk about James Ford Seal?
He was, the case got reopened and re-prosecuted. It was found out that, it figured out that they crossed state lines and therefore could prosecute it on the federal side. And so he was prosecuted and convicted in 2007. I think I've got that right. And died in prison. So anyway, yeah.
But basically both men, Charles Marcus Edwards and James Ford Seal, they were arrested in 64.
Yeah, and the DA wouldn't do anything about it.
Wouldn't prosecute the case.
Prosecute the case.
Despite the FBI's investigation. So there you go.
And that was not the only case that came in front of him. The Benchester White case was also same DA.
So if you haven't seen it, Murder in Mississippi, check it out. It's where the case essentially gets re-prosecuted by Charles Moore's brother, Thomas, and David Ridgen. It's a pretty
Dave Ridgen, yeah, who worked with Charles' brother. So anyway.
And the last question to pose, and feel free, all of you, to answer. The way that this story is kind of brought back into contemporary memory was 1989 with the release of Mississippi Burning. Talk about the damage and the reclaiming of the narrative of the actual civil rights workers that were risking their lives going down to Mississippi to help register Black voters, and the intent and the disdain from those activists that said you didn't get the story correct. And that gives a reignition of wanting to research these stories.
Talking to me, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was assigned as a reporter to go cover the premiere of the film. And so I went to this film. I happened to see it with two FBI agents who investigated the case, and Bill Miner, who was a longtime journalist in Mississippi and covered all this. And so I knew nothing of the civil rights movement, you know, in terms of the violence and the things that happened. This was all brand new to me. Again, I grew up in East Texas. So I come in here and I watched, the violence and everything that happens on screen. One of the FBI just was sitting by me, and he, at one point, he pointed to the screen and goes, "That really happened." It was where the young man goes around and he has like a box on top of his head, and they're taking him around to go see Klansmen, and he was like, "That really happened." And then at the end of the film, that's fiction, all right. So anyway, but it did energize. I mean, the activists were understandably upset about the film because all it does is try to depict the FBI as a bunch of heroes, right? And the activists look like they're just sitting around cowardly and doing nothing. And I think that's the unfortunate part of that film. But as a result of the film, interestingly, Bob Moses and Dave Dennis, of course, started the Algebra Project, and which is continuing on to this day. I was just talking to Dave the other day. He was talking about how they're going to actually start a center at Jackson State related to this, which is very exciting. So I don't know if I answered your question or not, but that's kind of how I got into it. But the film obviously angered, but also then in turn inspired the activists to, hey, our work isn't maybe our work. Here's some things we can still do.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank these three authors, Davis Hope, Jerry Mitchell, Devery Anderson. We're going to break for lunch just right now, right outside of these doors. But at the same time, during this period, please, if you have not purchased these three incredible books, please do buy them in our museum store, and you can have them personalized. And coming up at the top of the hour, we will premiere the film here at the National Civil Rights Museum, Dying to Vote, by Mr. Loki Mulholland, who is here, as well as his mother, veteran civil rights activist, Mrs. Joan Trumpow Mulholland, and the son of Vernon Dahmer, Dennis Dahmer. Thank you all again. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for continuing to attend the Community Symposium commemorating the 1964 Freedom Summer Project and the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We are going to show a documentary that was created by filmmaker Loki Mulholland, and it's titled Dying to Vote. And immediately following the film, we will have a Q&A session with Loki, his mother, Mrs. Jones from Power Mulholland, and Dennis Dahmer. And so with that, sit back and enjoy the film Dying to Vote.
About 2 o'clock in the morning on January the 10th, 1966, my family was attacked by 2 carloads of armed Klansmen who came there with the intent to kill my dad, destroy the property, really, I believe, to kill us all, was their intent, because they wanted to send a message of fear and intimidation to the Black community about what could happen to you if you decided you just wanted to try and register to vote. Not vote, but just try and register. So 2 o'clock in the morning, they turned their motors off, up the road, coast down the road, coast into the yard with the lights off on their cars. So when the cars came through the gravel and they were getting out of the cars, slamming the doors, that woke my mother up. When it woke her up, she immediately woke my dad up and made this statement, Vernon, I believe they have got us this time.
I've been in here at the Capitol. I've seen demonstrations on a regular basis, and never in my wildest dreams did I believe that someone would be crazy enough to break into the United States Capitol, but they did. We didn't have a knowledge of what was actually going on until one of the security personnel said, the Capitol's been broken into. You know, it still didn't register because in the mind of a member of Congress or the average citizen, you know, the security protocols to get into the Capitol on an ordinary day was about as stringent security protocols as one can imagine. But as that moment started moving in time, my wife called me, wanted to know what was going on. I said, well, there's some kind of demonstration going on in the Capitol. I'm not sure because we can't get out and we can't see out either. She said, but they've broken into the Capitol. You know, and I said, we don't know, but I'll get back with you. About that same time, the Capitol Police came in the gallery and said, put your gas mask on. And you understand, these are just members of Congress. First thing you say, well, okay, where are they?
There's a long, ugly history of voter intimidation in America. Hundreds have been killed and millions cowed with one goal: to keep the power structure in the hands of the mobs who believe that power should never be shared, even if it means overthrowing a democratically elected government. In 1832, French political writer Alexis de Tocqueville wrote of voter intimidation against African Americans in the Free State of Pennsylvania. Immigrants were also regularly targeted. In Boston, anti-Irish and Catholic sentiments ran rampant. Organizations like the American Protestant Society and the Order of the American Star marched through the streets. Right-wing publications proclaimed, "Americans must rule America." And congressional leaders such as Massachusetts Senator Henry Cabot Lodge called on voters to guard our civilization against an infusion which seems to threaten deterioration. This is a history that has traversed the halls of government, through city streets, and down the back roads of rural America, to places like Mississippi. In 1965, Sam Bowers, the imperial wizard of the White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, decided he'd had enough. In a secret Klan meeting, he declared, "Something needs to be done about that Dahmer nigga down south," and then issued a Code 4, the Dahmer Project.
Well, it brings back a lot of memories, but it makes a statement about the different Americas that we have. Here I'm looking at 4 of my older brothers who are serving in the U.S. military, stationed all over this world, protecting America and America rights and what America is supposed to be all about. But yet at the same time, their family is being terrorized in America by homegrown American terrorists. And now here they are coming home from their duty stations, looking at the ruins of the house that they had lived in, their father had built, and they came to bury their father.
Well, he was a person, lived in the Harrisburg, Mississippi area, veteran, somebody who came back home and wanted to make a difference in the community. Obviously, the system didn't appreciate him because of that, because he talked about being a patriot, fighting for his country, and coming back home and being treated like a second-class citizen, and that wasn't right. And so this whole notion about organizing people, encouraging them to register and vote, talking to students like Benny Thompson at Tougaloo, and I'm a youngster at that point. And so it was just somebody you would look up to in that respect.
In the 19th century, voting was a very open exercise. It was an environment ripe for intimidation and even shootings. New privacy and poll monitoring laws helped, but during Reconstruction, when African American men could vote and hold office, violence and attempts to reverse the results grew increasingly brazen. Colfax, Louisiana, 1873. The election for governor is split, and President Grant sends troops to support the Republican candidate, and Southern whites rebel. Democrats attempt to seize control of the Grant Parish regional government as an all-black militia takes over the local courthouse. A 300-strong insurgent army opens fire with a cannon as gunfire hails down. Some of the black defenders escape, others surrender, and then the white mob begins massacring their black prisoners. 3 whites and upwards of 150 African Americans were killed. It was the bloodiest single instance of racial carnage in the Reconstruction era. However, it wouldn't be the last. November 10th, 1898, Wilmington, North Carolina, and the only successful coup attempt to ever take place on American soil. 3 of the city's 10 aldermen are black. To end this Negro domination, former Confederate Colonel Alfred Waddell threatens to choke the Cape Fear River with carcasses. On Election Day, Red shirts patrol black neighborhoods, but blacks continue to vote and hold office. Waddell, with his mob of over 2,000 men, convenes at the courthouse, where he delivers the White Declaration of Independence. We, the undersigned citizens, do hereby declare that we will no longer be ruled and will never again be ruled by men of African origin. The angry mob rampages through the black neighborhoods with rifles and a Gatling gun. Some 250 African Americans are killed. The aldermen are thrown out, and Waddell is declared the new mayor. Black elected officials are jailed and marched to the train station. Thousands more flee. 2 years later, the North Carolina legislature would enact strict Jim Crow laws.
This is the truck that was under the carport the night that my family was attacked by the Klan. This vehicle was not burnt, and it was later used by my brother to go and get help to bring back to the house. If you walk around the truck, here in the back of the bed, you can see the bullet holes from where the Klansmen were shooting into the truck at him, and also puncturing the gas tank to try and set the truck on fire. Years ago, after the trials, back in the 90s, we had a group of retired FBI agents to come through. And one of the gentlemen was a forensics guy, and he looks at these bullet holes and he says, hey, those 2 bullet holes are .32 caliber right there. The gun that they found in the yard that was dropped by the Klansmen was a .32 caliber pistol.
We saw doors being shut on the floor of the Capitol. We saw furniture being moved toward the various entrances to the Capitol floor. And we saw weapons being drawn by security personnel and said, get on the floor. They're about to break in, and take your pen off. Well, you know, we're talking about a congressional pen. And for somebody like Benny Thompson, who spent time when the right to vote was very precious, and now to be a member of Congress, and somebody said, well, because the crazies are breaking in, you need to take that pen off. My mind, no, I need to keep this pen on to show the crazies that I'm not afraid of them. But also, this is a symbol of democracy. This is a symbol of the greatness of this country, that a person who comes from a community where people who look like him couldn't even vote, and now to be a member of Congress, and now to let some, as I said, some crazies scare me into taking it off. It wasn't about to happen.
In the 1950s and 60s, voter intimidation and violence was particularly pronounced in places like Alabama and Mississippi. Hundreds were attacked and jailed during the Selma to Montgomery March. 2 were killed, Reverend James Reeb and Viola Liuzzo. Exactly 2 weeks after the passage of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, Jonathan Myrick Daniels, a seminary student, was gunned down by a deputy sheriff for trying to help blacks to register to vote. In Mississippi, Reverend George Lee was murdered in 1955 for urging others to vote. 3 months later, Lamar Smith was killed in broad daylight on the courthouse lawn for the same offense. In 1961, Herbert Lee, who helped register black voters, was killed by a state legislator. June 12, 1963, Medgar Evers, the field secretary of the NAACP in Mississippi, was gunned down in his driveway. September 10th, Fannie Lou Hamer was shot at 15 times because she attempted to vote. June 21st, 1964, James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Mickey Schwerner were arrested by Neshoba County Deputy Sheriff Cecil Price for speeding. They were released into the hands of the Ku Klux Klan and brutally murdered and buried in an earthen dam. 7 of the 18 defendants were found guilty of violating their civil rights. This included Sam Bowers, who ordered the killings. However, none were found guilty for murder. 41 years later, Edgar Ray Killen, one of the main conspirators, would be convicted of manslaughter. 18 months after the killing of Chaney, Goodman, and Schwerner, Sam Bowers would issue the order to eliminate Vernon Dahmer.
I'm sitting in the barn that we came to after the attack. My dad was sitting approximately in this area on a hay bale, skin hanging off in his arms. He was quiet, composed. He wasn't hysterical. He wasn't crying or doing anything like that. He was just being Vernon Dahmer. And he made the statement that we're going to have to leave this place because all of our guns are in the house and the house is on fire. And these Klansmen might get their nerve up and come back. And we don't have any way to protect ourselves. So we're going to have to leave this place. And that was the time that my brother decided, older brother, to go back to the house, get a truck that wasn't burning under the carport, back it out, go get my aunt, bring my aunt here. And my dad, who was burnt, my sister, who was burnt, and my mother, who was not, all went to the hospital. And my older brother, Harold, and I, we stayed here on the place as people from the community started to gather up. And we stood out there in Monroe Road and watched the house and the store burn down.
When I finally became mayor of my hometown, one of the leading white citizens came to me and said, now that you're mayor, you're not going to treat us like we treated you all. Instructive. There was some fear that if you elect Black people, they're going to reverse the trend of mistreating whites. But actually, those folk who ran for office in those years just wanted to make sure that running water, streets, housing, those basic tenants that people expect would be available to everybody. There was nothing in it about. So the Klan and other folk used the perception that if somehow these civil rights people accomplish their mission, then white Southerners would all of a sudden have to take a back seat. And so they used that misinformation for recruiting purposes, for the Klan. They used it to threaten individuals' jobs who went along. So that was kind of the way it was.
While the extreme violence associated with voter intimidation seemingly died down after the 1960s, the tactics of intimidation merely shifted. In 1981, the National Ballot Security Task Force was created and deployed by the Republican National Committee. Some 200 off-duty officers and security guards carried visible firearms, walkie-talkies, and armbands. They fanned out to voting polls to harass Black and Latino voters in New Jersey, ask for their registration cards, and then turn them away. Republican candidate Tom Keene would become the next governor of New Jersey, won by 1,800 votes. The Democrats sued, and the Republican Party now had to obtain court approval to conduct any poll watching. That would hold for over 40 years until 2018, when the restrictions were lifted. Judge John Michael Vasquez was convinced that Republicans had learned their lesson. They hadn't. In 2020, Trump's director of Election Day operations, Mike Roman, attempted to organize 50,000 poll watchers for Election Day, registering many of them through an Army for Trump website. An army that would play a key role just a few months later on January 6th. Lauren Grow-Wargo of Fair Fight noted, "They don't need to keep millions of people away. Challenge a couple of voters here, a couple there, and it all aggregates up. They realize they're going to win or lose this thing at the margins."
Everybody knew who did it, knew it had to be the Klansmen. And so I think that was clear to everybody. Now, what had happened to us on the night of January the 10th, they turned their motors off, coasting to the yard with the lights off on their cars. They immediately start to fire into the house, breaking the windows out of the house. Then they punctured gallons of gasoline that they had brought with them, threw those gallons of gasoline in through the windows, followed by torches. And the whole time they're doing this, they were engaged in a gun battle with my dad. So my dad is running through the house, through the flames, in his underwear, shooting at the Klansmen out of several different doors and windows in the house, back and forth. Now, there were 2 carloads of Klansmen, at least 8 of them in the yard. One carload had started to attack the store that was ran by my 86-year-old aunt, great aunt, who lived in an apartment attached to the back of it. The store is burning, house is starting to burn, but we're still in the house. And my dad is engaged in this gun battle with these Klansmen. By him running back and forth from different windows and shooting, the Klansmen actually thought it was more than one person shooting back at them. So they got nervous, and one of them turned the lights on in one of the cars. So when they did that, that triggered the other group. So now the Klansmen are shooting at one another in the yard, plus my dad is shooting at them. The Klansmen thought they had actually been ambushed by the FBI. I wake up in the back of the house because the room is full of smoke. So when I open the door to go up the hallway, the flames leap in through the door. So I slam the door shut. Then I go out a back window on the room, come around behind the house. About that time, my mother is getting up off the ground where she had fell through the window trying to knock it out. My dad is handing my sister out, and I head on around the house, and I can look up the road about 100 yards, 200 yards away, and I can see these 2 sets of headlights slowly creeping up the road. And one of the cars had the tire shot out on it, and that rim was running in the asphalt. So it was making that eerie crying type noise of metal against asphalt as they eased on up the road. And I still, by then, I hadn't put it all together. But my dad got out and he said, "Hey, we've been attacked by the Klan." So I immediately thought about Aunt Rainey in the store. So I run to the apartment behind the store, and I can't get within 100 feet of that place. The heat is so intense. I couldn't get to the door. So I'm screaming and hollering for her. And then I hear a call from out of the woods about 200 yards away. She had walked out the back of her apartment off into the woods, and she was standing over there. So when I saw that she was okay, I went back to the family, and that's when we left the house, and we went to that barn behind the house. And that was the beginning of my life changing. As I stood there in that road, in my underwear in January, the heat from the flames keeping us warm. Can't get any closer than the road to the house. And we watched it burn down. They just wanted Vernon Dahmer, they could have come there and knocked on the door, and he would have came out that house to protect his family. Now, he wouldn't have came out there empty-handed, and he probably would have had us right behind him, 2 boys for sure. Okay? But when you surprise attack like that, you do the best you can. And he did a pretty good job of holding 8 of them off. One guy held off 8. One man.
When people think of coups, they usually think of tanks in the streets. So how real was this insurrection?
Let me tell you, the almost 2 years of my life that I spent looking at January 6th, it was clear to me, first of all, that Donald Trump was the puppet master or the orchestrator of what occurred. He used a lot of people as pawns to accomplish what occurred on January 6th. If you remember that tweet that he gave in November, inviting people to come to Washington on January 6th, that it would be wild. The average person didn't know what January 6th was about or anything, but he built the drumbeat after that tweet, inviting people, organized. They took out permits for people to demonstrate on the Capitol, but it wasn't in his name, it was always in some other organization, but he knew about it. And so our work on the committee, we found significant individuals who came to this town to do more than just peacefully protest.
As this enormous crowd shows, we have truth and justice on our side. We have a deep and enduring love for America in our hearts. We love our country. We have overwhelming pride in this great country. We have it deep in our souls. Together we are determined to defend and preserve government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
On January 6, 2021, approximately 140 police officers and Capitol Police were assaulted in the defense of the U.S. Capitol building as the coup attempt to stop the certification of the next president of the United States unfolded. 5 officers died as a result of the attacks as they defended the Constitution and the integrity of the vote. A vote that the Trump administration's own Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency stated was the most secure in American history.
And again, I tell you, before that day, I would never have imagined that what occurred on that day would have happened. Not in my wildest dreams, but it did.
It did.
Yes.
And the last time you saw your dad was?
The last time was later that day, January the 10th. I don't remember the exact time, but it was that afternoon. My brother and Harold and I, we were still out here on the farm. You know, probably hanging out over there around that barn. And law enforcement people or whatever, doing whatever they do. And we get notification that my dad is not doing well at the hospital. And for us to get there as fast as we can. So we jump in the vehicle and we get to the hospital. And so we get up on the floor where he's at. And my mother is in there sitting in a chair next to the bed, and he's having a difficult time breathing. I don't go in the room because the room is full. So I'm standing in the hallway diagonal across. I can see him laying in the bed from standing in the hallway. And all of a sudden, he rises up in the bed. He sits up and he calls my mother's name, Jewel. And he falls back and he dies. Just like that. So, yeah, within 12 hours, he finally succumbed to the burns. You know, he died from asphyxiation. His lungs were severely burnt, they couldn't exchange the oxygen from the air. So he literally suffocated to death from the burns. So that's my last memory of him.
32 years after Vernon Dahmer was killed, Sam Bowers, the Klan leader who ordered the attack, would finally be convicted of murder on August 21, 1998. While on his deathbed, a local reporter asked Vernon Dahmer if voting was important enough to die for. He replied, "If you don't vote, you don't count." More than 1,000 people marched through the rain and mud to attend Vernon Dahmer's funeral. A few weeks later, his voter registration card arrived in the mail. He died, never getting the chance to vote.
Sorry I'm so slow, folks, but arthritis got the best of me.
So thank you all for watching this incredibly powerful film on a very sacred right that all human beings should be given the opportunity to exercise. And so it's a lot to unpack here, given what we just saw. And I want to thank Loki and Harlan here at the end, who was the director of this film, and many other incredibly important documentaries that he's released in the last several years. And Dennis, Mr. Dahmer, just the way that you were able to articulate the legacy of your father and some of those really traumatic moments, and that just to see you here today and to see you in the museum this morning, standing near where your father's mentioned, goes and speaks to the, thinking about his spirit being with us in this room this afternoon. And Mrs. Joan, obviously, with all of the courage that you've exemplified through the years and fighting for this very right while we're here today. So give them one more round of applause for being here with this afternoon. Just to give some background on our speakers, and then we'll talk a little bit about the film. Loki Mulholland is an Emmy Award-winning filmmaker, author, activist, and son of civil rights icon Mrs. Joan Trumpower Mulholland. His work has received over 40 Telly Awards, and his film on race and social justice has won over 20 Best Documentary Awards. His films have appeared on Showtime, PBS, and Amazon, where The Uncomfortable Truth has been viewed over 3 million times. Loki is a member of Omega Phi Psi Fraternity Incorporated and speaks all over the country on issues of race and social justice. And this past year, Loki received an honorary doctorate at Ithaca College. He is the founder and executor of the Joan Trumpower Mulholland Foundation, which was created to end racism through education. Joan Trumpower Mulholland is the recipient of the National Civil Rights Museum Freedom Award in 2015, is a civil rights icon who's participated in over 50 sit-ins, demonstrations, and by the time she was 23 years old. She was a Freedom Rider participant in the Jackson Woolworth sit-ins. She attended the March on Washington, the James Meredith March Against Fear, and the Selma to Montgomery March and Campaign. Because of her actions, and she was disowned by her family, she was attacked, shot at, cursed at, put on death row in Parchman Prison, and hunted down by the Ku Klux Klan for execution. She's crossed the paths with some of the most decorated names in the civil rights movement: Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Medgar Evers, Fannie Lou Hamer, John Lewis, Diane Nash, and Julian Bond. Dennis Dahmer grew up on the Kelly Settlement, north of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, along the Forest and Jones County line. This area was settled by his family ancestors in the early 1800s, before the state of Mississippi was a state, back when it was still part of the Georgia Territory. His father was Vernon F. Dahmer, who was the president of the Hattiesburg NAACP. He was a vocal and influential leader in the Mississippi Civil Rights Movement and was one of the leading voting rights activists during the 1950s and 1960s. Dennis would attend Earl Trevelyan High School, later was part of the group of Black students that integrated North Forest High School in 1970 as the result of a federal judge court order. He also attended the University of Southern Mississippi and later graduated from Jackson State University in 1976 with a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology. Starting with Loki, I want to talk about what inspired you to reach out to the Dahmer family and Dennis and tell this extremely powerful film on Dying to Vote.
Well, I was working on a film with Jerry Mitchell about Emmett Till, called Emmett Till, White Lies, Black Death. And as a filmmaker, you always get people who will say, hey, I have a great idea, right? And Jerry's like, I have a great idea. You should do one about voter intimidation. I said, well, I already have done one. It's called After Selma. He says, no, about those who died for the right to vote. And I said, yeah, let's call it Dying to Vote. He goes, wow, that was good. He says, you used to talk to Dennis Dahmer. I was like, we actually had talked previously, and then COVID happened. And so it was a natural thing to do because we know what was coming with this election cycle. And we wanted to make sure that we were doing our part. As my mother once said, I can't do everything, but I can do something, because doing nothing's not an option. And so this was my something. So reaching out, it was just a natural thing to do. And then Representative Benny Thompson, who wanted to be here, he went to Tougaloo College like my mother, so that was an easy ask. And that's how it all came together very, very quickly. We interviewed, that was October of 2023. And we had the film out in April.
Great. Yeah. Mr. Dahmer, growing up in a household as the son of Vernon Dahmer, given all of his activism within the state, trying to secure the right to vote, when did you realize what it was that your father was doing for his mission? And how soon before this attack that happened at your family's home did you realize that your father was trying to do something that was right? Yeah, we turn it on.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Vernon Dahmer, to me, was my dad. That's who he was to me, okay? I was not an active participant in the civil rights movement. He was the one that was involved in the civil rights movement. We lived on this big family farm, rural Forest County, community known as the Kelly Settlement, where we were basically cotton farmers. My dad was a really large cotton farmer, one of the biggest ones in Forest County. I knew he was involved in the civil rights movement. I knew some of the things that was going on in that movement. But most of what was done, I really wasn't a part of it because we were isolated out there on that farm. But when things started to get more active and Freedom Summer come around, it really became more apparent to me. I knew he was president of the NAACP. I went to meetings with him late at night to the NAACP meetings, you know. Always had to have somebody with him wherever he went. My older brothers, before they were drafted into the military, by this thing known as the Local Selective Service Board, I had 6 older brothers. All 6 of them served in the military. 5 of them were drafted. That's about as soon as they turned 18, okay? And that was all done intentionally to try and hurt my dad in his business ventures and also to take his security away from him. When the Klan was really active, they would call and leave threatening messages for him with my mother. So we knew who the Klan was. We were not afraid of the Klan. We knew what the Klan could do. Growing up, I would see the front of that store, windows shot out as a kid. They drive by and they shoot the mailbox out. Threatening calls made to my mother. It wasn't uncommon for whites to call us because of the type businesses my dad owned. We owned a sawmill, so we running that sawmill business. He's got that grocery store that he put up really for the people in the community out there. We're in the cattle business. We're in the cotton business. So he has a lot of contacts with the white community. And they're in and off that place all the time. So that was not uncommon to see him around. But we knew, and he knew, that everybody that showed up wasn't necessarily his friends, but we had a business relationship. So when things were really hot, when they were calling and threatening on a regular basis, we were armed all the time. We didn't go anywhere we were not armed. My dad was armed all the time. If he went to town, 2 or 3 of my older brothers with him, they all armed. So you're not just gonna walk up to him and shoot him in the head and get away with it. And we're from a community that was hated by a lot of the local whites because of the racial makeup of that community. Now, obviously looking at me, you can tell I'm a lot of different races. My family history is a story of a family that lived on that color line, both sides of it going back to the 1800s. Some of them being enslaved, some not being enslaved. Some being slave owners. Other ones African, Indian, whatever, but they all there together. And they're in this community known as the Kelly Settlement, and most of them are cotton farmers like my dad. and they're not rich, but they're self-sufficient. And they knew who they were, and they didn't tolerate you talking to them any kind of way or treating them any kind of way. This was not the first violent confrontation that people from my community has had with the Klan. So they were known as a group of Black folks. They referred to them as the white N-words, from that uppity community of N-words who don't know their place. Now that's what they would say about them behind their back, but they would never say it to them to their face. So when the Klan was active, we were armed. Any room you went in that house had 2 or 3 loaded guns in it. My dad slept with at least 2 shotguns loaded with buckshot, rifles, 2 pistols. The room I was in had 3 or 4 shotguns in the rack, all loaded with buckshot. I'm 12 years old and I can shoot better than most grown men. Okay, I could. We hunted all the time. So we were an outdoor family, but we knew what these people could do. So what happened to us, the threatening calls stopped. They stopped calling. We let our guards down. They had went from calling to going into a planning phase where they were planning out how they were going to attack my dad, actually doing dry runs. Some of them actually came to the store, pretended to be customers, buying stuff in the store, trying to get a feel for the layout of the place. So they caught us completely by surprise. But in spite of that, my dad was able to hold them off because they came there to not only to kill him, but to kill everybody on that place, to burn everything down, burn the sawmills down, burn the grocery stores, burn up the, they wanted, just completely wipe him out. But he was able to drive them from that property because they lost their nerve. So I hope I answered your question. There's have a tendency to talk too long sometimes.
No, let the church say amen, honestly. Ms. Joan, you've participated in sit-ins, you boarded Freedom Rock buses, you stood in Parchman Prison Farm in 1961, you were at the March on Washington in Selma. Talk a little bit about when you became involved with wanting to help register Black voters in the summer of 1964.
Well, I didn't actually help with that part. My role with Freedom Summer was strictly typing up a lot of the forms that they would and information they would need to use. I worked in the SNCC Corps office in Jackson, and when I graduated in 64, then I left the state and went back up to DC. But I did a lot of the prep work. That was it. And I supported, and I do remember Bob Moses, we were having a meeting, a planning meeting. Had time in the Rose Street Freedom House, and the question came up about, some people will get killed if these white folks coming down. And I remember Bob saying, we can tell them they'll get killed. We know they will, somebody will, but they won't believe us, but somebody will die.
In watching your film, Ms. Joan, there in An Ordinary Hero, you speak about some of your friends, particularly Michael Schwerner and James Chaney. Talk a little bit about what was going on prior to that, which you have a direct connection to.
Well, Tougaloo College, where I was a student, was the center of the civil rights movement in Mississippi, and anybody from outside, particularly white folks who came to Mississippi, would come to Tougaloo College and as a safe place and get some orientation. And we students, SNCC Corps people, would take turns giving particularly these white folks, their orientation about what you need to know as a white person working for civil rights in Mississippi. And it just, luck of the draw was I gave the Schwerners their orientation, and they went on their way and then set up the Freedom House and Civil Rights Center in Meridian, and James Chaney worked there. And whenever a bunch of us SNCC folks were going over to Atlanta, we would stop at their Freedom House, a little pit stop and maybe a place to sleep. And before we went on, if it was late at night. And so I felt a strong connection to them. And I was in a car where we were almost killed to stop Freedom Summer, coming back from Canton. And because we weren't killed, they were. And so I've always felt a special need to do a little bit more to help make things better, because they aren't here to do their part.
Thank you. Mr. Dahmer, you spoke in the film that the day your father was assassinated, that was the beginning of a new life for you. Talk a little bit about what that new life entailed and how that changed and molded you to becoming who you are today.
Well, when something like that happens to you, you never forget it. To me, it's just like it happened last night. I can remember all the details. And I didn't talk about all of it in the film that I did with Loki. Let me say this about Loki and the reason I did the film with him. He had a reputation for doing these type films, and he had credibility. I knew this election was coming up this year, and that was one of the reasons why I agreed to do this project with him. So hopefully this may motivate some of these folks who sit on the fence, the sidelines, not registered, or registered and don't vote because they're frustrated. The system hadn't worked for them the way that it should work. Hopefully it would motivate them to vote. So this film is available free to any group that wants to show this. And we would like that group to be composed of likely Democratic voters who may not be registered or who are registered and not voting. Now, obviously, it'll attract people like in this room, and we're glad it does. But what we want you to do is bring some of them other folks you know in your family and your community that ain't voting. And maybe this will motivate them to do what we need to do to elect Vice President Kamala Harris, okay? Because I want her to win by a landslide, all right? So that it's quite clear what direction America is headed in, because some folks on the other side make up a lot of noise and tell a lot of lies, okay? But in terms of how it changed my life, so I went from being this country kid living in this cocoon, that's what Kelly Seligman was. Stayed inside this community, your life was fine. I only went to Hattiesburg to get a haircut about 7 miles away, or if I went during the week, we're going to some wholesaler, to buy fertilizer or whatever, seeds. But other than that, I stayed in that community. So a lot of the everyday segregation and stuff going on in Hattiesburg, we did not experience, like the folks who were there, who had to ride the buses, who had to be subjugated to not being able to go in the library or swim in a pool or whatever. But when I lost my dad, it's just created this tremendous void, not only in my life, but in the lives of all of my siblings and my mother, but also in that community. His impact on that community is just like a big hole had been blown in the ground, and we were all devastated by it. So it took me a long time to be able to as my older brother says, manage it, learn how to live with it. I went from being a honor roll student to maybe a C student. Okay. Lost interest in school. There were times I would lay out school 2, 3, 4 days. You know, I was going through depression, but there was no help for us other than my family and friends. College life was tough. It wasn't until I got to Jackson State that I got my act together, where I felt I was somewhere I fit in. So it was tough, but as I matured, I learned how to deal with it. And then in the 90s, early 90s, late 80s, Meg Everett's case comes up. So my family and I, we're watching that case to just see what is going to be the reaction in Mississippi to it. And we watched what the Evers families was doing and the positive response that they were getting. And we started to talk amongst ourselves. And then in the early 90s, we started to organize our family, community, black and white, to get the local authorities to reopen my dad's case. There was something like 16 individuals that were indicted on federal and state charges, okay? Of that 16, maybe 7 or 8 went to trial. One of them turned state's evidence, who was in the yard. He's the one that dropped the gun they found. Testified, named everybody else. And even with all of that, we were only able to get 2 or 3 convictions, charges like arson, not first-degree murder, because that's what it was. It was a planned attack. This was no spur-of-the-moment thing where a bunch of guys sitting around drinking and say, oh, we're going to just go down here and shoot up this place and see if we can kill this N-word. No, they systematically planned this thing out, step by step. Didn't go exactly like they wanted, but they had their intentions in mind when they came there. So as a result of that Evers trial, we started educating the people, the public, about who Vernon Dahmer was and what had happened to him, because it had been 30-something years. The media played a major role in us educating people about why this trial need to be reopened, especially for the guy that was over the Klan, who was responsible for so many deaths in Mississippi and never prosecuted. So it took us about 10 years. We had to go through a district attorney that ran on a Democratic ticket. He's what I refer to as a Dino, Democratic in name only, elected by black people, that we couldn't get to do any damn thing, okay? But when we got another guy in, he was from the other party. I'm not a Republican, I'm a Democrat. But we knew him. He made a commitment to us. He honored that commitment. The Attorney General at that time, Mike Moore, he made a commitment. He honored that commitment. And it was because of them and the help of local community people, we were able to get Bowers back in the courtroom and convict him finally in about 1998, 99, somewhere along in there. So it's a long journey. One last comment about it. The media was very important. We did a lot of media programs. So you go online, you can put a lot of those programs up and hear us talk in depth about what we did, et cetera, et cetera. There was one reporter in particular that played a tremendous role in helping us to keep this thing alive over that period of about 8 to 10 years and to gain national exposure, okay? That guy is sitting in the back of the room. That's Jerry Mitchell. Now, I found Jerry Mitchell from reading the newspapers and reading about the Evers trial and reading his storylines. I said, you know, I got to find this guy. So I picked up the phone and called him. I don't talk about, but what I did for a living, I was a professional sales guy, all right? Biotechnology, that's what I did. St. Jude's here, University of Tennessee Health Science, two of my best customers, okay? Did that for a long time, did pretty good at it, okay? So finding people for me ain't hard. If I need to find you, I can find you and get in front of you. So I found Jerry, got him down there. We started a relationship. He started writing about us, and that helped us to keep this thing alive. And this is the last comment I'm finna say right now. There's only one book that my family has ever cooperated in the writing of that's about my family or my family is mentioned in it. And that's that book sitting back there on the table written by Jerry Mitchell. So if you hadn't read it, read it, as well as the other guys. Deborah has a very good book there by Clyde Kennard, who was from the same Kelly element.
Thank you. Loki, to close us out, you get the privilege of traveling across the country that shows these documentaries, that tells these difficult stories of the civil rights movement. And in many of those experiences, you get to share your work with youth people, young people. Talk a little bit about that experience and the intent and what you hope to get out of that as you get to travel around and talk about those stories.
Yeah. You know, the one amazing thing that we hear a lot, white and black, is people feel lied to. Why weren't we told this? And then we have to go in and kind of, okay, well, let me deconstruct that for you a little bit. That's when things like institutional racism and you know, and systemic racism really come to light for young people, is they really can actually see how that's impact them and the importance of the truth that it can set you free. And I tell white audiences, I'm like, look, this is not about what you didn't do. You didn't do this, right? It's about the knowledge you have today and what you're going to do with it going forward. That's what's critical. It's not about shaming somebody. This is about making the world better for everyone, which is what the civil rights activists were doing. And it's, you know, I can never do what my mother and others did. But all I can do is take the gifts that I've been given and try to use that. And that's what we all need to be doing. You know, as my assistant dean of pledge once said, we need each other to survive. Right, and we truly do, and this film to me is so critical right now because we've got a candidate who says, you know, hey, in 4 years you won't ever have to worry about voting again. I mean, he literally just, I guess I just told you who it was, right? But he literally just said that just the other day. It's like he's telling us the game plan. We got to take it seriously. We know what he wants to do. We know what this is all about. And, you know, we have to muster the forces to get out there and do this. I had a student in Mississippi, my mother and I and Rena Evers were speaking to this group. And he said, you know, why should I vote? My vote doesn't matter. I said, your vote matters so much. They're doing everything they can to take it away. That's how important your vote is. Every vote matters. And we know that. And more importantly, they know that. So that's why we have to work even harder.
You got something to add, Dennis?
This will be the last comment. I'm a sales guy. I can't help it.
Take your time, preacher.
Whenever I'm in a group like this, where we have what I call the real frontline warriors, like these folks sitting over here, I like to always express my appreciation to them for having the courage to do what they did in places like Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee, and Georgia, and Louisiana, and other places, you know. I always ask myself this question: if I had been one of those 17, 18, 19-year-old persons, would I have had that type of courage to step out and do what they did? So I always like to say thank you to them for what they did. Now, I asked one of their good friends, and I'm going to call her name, and you probably know it, Joyce Ladner, who was the interim president of Howard one time, activist in the group with them from the Hattiesburg area.
And my roommate.
And, oh, I'm sorry, Joan's roommate at Tougaloo and the one that brought her into Delta Sigma Theta.
You got it.
Yep, Joyce Ladner. So I asked Joyce, I said, Joyce, how did y'all find the courage to do these things that you did at such a young age? She said, well, first of all, we were young and we felt that we were invincible, and maybe it wasn't a smart thing to do, but we did it anyway. And so that's why I like to say thank you for having the courage to do what you did and putting yourself on the line like you did. Thank you again.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. John, go ahead.
Okay, on this picture of me that y'all see, you see my fist, it's thumbs up. It's not that fighting fist that we usually see in the American Black Power things. It's thumbs up. And that is what they used in South Africa, a much more positive, future-looking fist. So I always do the thumbs up fist, and I hope you all will too.
Thank you. Loki, you got a book here that you want to show that we're selling?
Yeah,
well?
we do. We have the book, Get Back to the Counter.
He outed his mama again.
Okay, Mom.
Again.
Mother. Can I? All right.
I forgive him.
How did you guys put up with this? I mean, my gosh. Get Back to the Counter. Yes, it's the story of my mom. We have some kids' books, but this is the first one we have that's more adult oriented, or oriented towards adults and such. And then lastly is, as we talked about, this need for people to watch this film. Organizations can host screenings. Just go to dyingtovote.org, the name of the film, and you can sign up right there. It's free. And we just help you provide materials and so forth to facilitate those screenings. So any organization, fraternity, sorority chapters, NAACP, churches, civic organizations, knock yourself out.
Community, whatever. Yeah. And if you let me know and I'm available, I will attend it virtually. If I don't, some of my family members will do it, okay, to answer any questions you might have about us. And shout out to one of my cousins sitting back there, Ray Dahmer, who lives in the Memphis area.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you all. This has truly been enriching and educational, and we hope that there was something today of all of our incredible special guests, authors, activists, filmmakers, and common people. What we're going to do in this last segment is we're going to give folks the opportunity to meet and greet with all of these incredible individuals, as well as to take some few questions and answer and comments to some of these incredible people as well. What we'll do is we'll transition that in about the next 2 to 3 minutes, and then we'll see you right back on stage. And again, every book here is available in the museum store. They're all signed. Please purchase outside, and you can bring them back in, and each of the authors will personalize their books. Thank you again for attending and joining us today at the National Civil Rights Museum. So I'm gonna walk around.
All of us like to retire. You know, maybe gives that one 50, 200. My great grandfather Warren had hands of the biggest lava because I suspect he was probably the one that was really running.
Introduce to folks.
Yes.
They can start doing that, and
Yes.
then I'll walk around.
All right. If you are one of our SNCC Legacy board members, please come join us at the stage. We're going to get started in just a moment with a Q&A. Yes, and everybody, we have books in the bookstore, all of the books you've heard about today, as well as Hands on the Freedom Plow, Personal Accounts of Women in SNCC. All these books are in the bookstore. You're welcome to grab a copy. Most of them, in terms of the authors, they're already signed, but they're glad to personalize them for you. All right, thank you, everyone. So, yes.
People that want to ask questions come up here.
No, is that what? An answer, some question and answer. So again, everyone, I'm Dory and I'm the education manager here. I had the honor of leading the panel this morning with our SNCC Legacy board members. So if there are people who are interested in asking questions, we're going to start our Q&A now, everyone. Thank you guys so much for being with us for this last part of the program. We wanted to give an opportunity for some audience participation. So if you have a burning question, we want to make sure it's a question, not a comment or a story, but a question for these amazing activists who are a part of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. We have, I'd like to introduce, let's go from right to left, Judy Richardson, Cortland Cox, and Dorothy Zellner. I'm going to be joining them on the stage, and then Charlie Cobb will be joining us as well momentarily. So if you have a question, if anybody has questions, you're welcome to come up here and ask from the podium. We have an opportunity to ask questions, and then if not, we can pull some from the online chat. Okay?
This question is for Mr. Cobb.
Your help.
And I was struck by your comments earlier about how you got into the movement. And in 1962, you thought you were going to Texas, and you ended up in Mississippi. And Lawrence Guillot, who I got to know too, very persuasive guy, got you to stay.
Yeah, that's what.
As I mentioned to you, I'm doing a documentary project right now on Charles McLaurin. And in learning a little bit more about his story, it intersects with your story all over the place. And one of the couples I've gotten fascinated with in learning his story are Joe and Rebecca McDonald, because there were so many people in Ruleville who preceded you and Mr. McLaurin and Fannie Lou Hamer, and we know nothing about them. And so I was wondering if you stayed with the McDonalds, I think. And does it involve Mr. McDonald's gun? Yeah, you want to tell that story?
And we wanted to get it earlier, so I'm so grateful we may get it now, I hope. Your help.
Okay, I'm just for a second thinking of a quick way to tell what is in fact very complicated. Not a but okay. After we brought Fannie Lou Hamer, meaning the SNCC workers in Ruleville, this little town, 1,000 people in the heart of the Mississippi Delta. We brought Mrs. Hamer and 17 other people. And they were really the first people to try and register to vote since the 1950s, when the Regional Council of Negro Women, of Negro Leadership, of Negro Leadership, had a voter registration campaign. And Mr. McDonald, or Mr. Joe, as we called him, was one of those people in the 1950s who we were staying with, he and his wife. And we had been handed to Mr. Joe by Amzie Moore, who brought us to the Mount Galilee Missionary Baptist Church in Ruleville and stood us up and introduced us as Freedom Riders, which none of us were, me, McLaurin. But that's okay. It provided a context for us. Anyway, after the attempt to register to vote by this group, night riders came through town and shot up Black homes, including the house we were staying in, Mr. Joe's house, who, by the way, jumped into the iron bathtub with his wife to protect himself from bullets. Anyway, and I wasn't there when the shooting took place, and neither was McLaurin. So 2 girls were wounded, though, in this shooting. And because I was questioning the police, trying to get the details, the mayor, Mayor Durham, ordered me arrested. And his rationale was, I had done this to gain publicity for a failing civil rights campaign. And he handed me over to the brother of one of the men who killed Emmett Till, who then put me in a police car next to a police dog and hauled me down to the little town jail, 3-celled structure. Anyway, within the context then of placing me under arrest, he confiscated Mr. Joe's gun. And Mr. Joe had used this gun. He had me and McLaurin, another student, Lanny McNair, staying with him. So he used the gun to hunt and put food on the table and the like. These are poor households. And so the mayor kept me in jail overnight, then kicked me out. And when I got back to Mr. Joe's house, Mr. Joe is now worrying aloud about what to do without his gun. This is one of the roots of the book I wrote. And I tell him, and it gets into the kind of relationship we had, that he had a right to his gun. And he asked me if I was sure. And I says, it says so in the United States Constitution. And as it happened, we had a book, a history book that had a copy of the Constitution. And McLaurin went and got the book and gave it to me. And I opened it up to the US Constitution and read the Second Amendment out loud to him. And Max says, you see, Mr. Joe, it's what Charlie's reading is the Constitution, and it says so right there. Now, the thing about Mr. Joe is he was 76 years old and could not read or write. So he had to take my word that what I was reading was true. He couldn't read, so he had no way of knowing. So he tells me to fold open the page I had read him and then takes the book from me. And I forget. After that, we go on to other things and the like. And then about an hour or two later, I noticed that Mr. Joe is not around the house. So I asked his wife, Rebecca, where's Mr. Joe? And she says, he went to get his gun. You said it was all right. Well, the last I need to happen is for Mr. Joe to go down there trying to get his gun and get himself killed. Then I'd have to explain to his wife, his neighbors, how he got killed. So I'm about to go running after him, me and Mac, and he pulls up back to the house in this raggedy old truck he used to drive. And we rush outside and say, what happened, Mr. Joe? And he says, well, I went to get my gun. And you said it was all right. And then what? What did the mayor do? And then he steps out of the truck and he's holding this shotgun, this 22 shotgun over his head with this big smile on it. He tells me, he says, the mayor said I didn't have a right to this gun, but then he says, I brought the book, and he holds up the book that he could not read. But I had said that that's what the book said. He says, I brought the book, and I told the mayor, this book says I have a right to this gun. And he says, that's when the mayor gave me the book back. And then he steps out of the truck. It's forever burned in my mind because he steps out of the truck. He's got this great big smile on his face. He's got this great big smile. He's got this great big smile on his face. And actually, Larry Still of Jet Magazine actually took a picture of it, but I tried to track it down through Jet and Johnson, and nobody could find this photograph. But somewhere in this world, there is a picture of Mr. Joel holding the shotgun on his front porch with this big grin on his face. And when I tell this story, I say the lesson is that what it tells you about organizing and the organizer's relationship to the community, it's really built on trust. And what you're really working at, if you're organizing a community, is building the kind of trust you need for people at great risk to respond to the things that you're trying to get them to do.
Thank you for sharing that incredible story. That is an incredible story. The Second Amendment in action, that's right. And also it's like freedom teaching in action in his living room, right? He didn't know he had a freedom school in his own living room. But that was an incredible story. Thank you for sharing that. We really wanted to get to that one earlier this morning, so I'm glad that thank you, Dr. Haupt, for pulling that one out of Charlie Cobb. Say that again.
That's the short.
The short version. That was the short version. So, and is the long version in your book, right? There's the full version of that story in your book.
Actually,
That's
it's the prologue to the book. In
That's what I
fact,
thought.
This nonviolent stuff will get you
Get
killed.
This nonviolent stuff will get you killed by Charlie
Which
Cobb,
is a quote,
by Charles
which
Cobb
is a
Jr.
quote from another farmer in Mississippi.
Wonderful. Please check that book out as well. All right. So do we have, thank y'all.
We've got some online questions. The first question, you all opened up your segment this morning with the song. Talk about where the tradition to begin or end your SNCC meetings during this period and the importance of music in the movement.
Okay, I would like to do this because I love it. Dory knows this is my thing. As a matter of fact, they know. As a matter of fact, I can't sing. Okay, but I still sing. Oh, you got it. Hello. Okay.
Got you.
So for me, I'm going to give two instances of where song worked that I most remember. One of them is when we had just gone to jail, and it was Atlanta. So we were in the hole, but which meant you had the thing in the thing because there was no toilet. But anyway, it was not Mississippi, right? It was Atlanta, but we all get out, and it must have been an exec committee meeting. And so there were just a bunch of us. The guys had gone to their end, the women had gone to their end, and it was 5 days, and we had done hunger strike and stuff. Anyway, we come out and we are brought to this Black church, and all I remember is the first thing I feel is the first sense that hits me is the sense of good fried chicken. And I get the smell of this fried chicken. But then the next thing is this song that all of the folks in this Black church, the congregants of this church, are singing, ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. And of course, they're singing it in harmony. And they're singing it congregational style. And it's like you felt lifted up in the same way that you felt when you heard Miss Hamer. Miss Hamer took you to another place. It's like when Dr. Bernice Johnson Reagan, who not only was a singer, but was also an absolutely amazing interpreter of this history and the importance. I mean, she was a thinker, and so you get all of that. But one of the things she said is when you were on a demonstration, because of course she comes out as a leader of the Albany, Georgia student movement, and she said, if you were on a demonstration, you sang and you felt like people had to come through this wall of sound to get to you. Now, rationally, they could beat you over the head. It didn't, but the way you felt when you sang all together and all these voices are rising in song in unity, it made you feel so powerful and so connected one to the other, right? But the other one was internal and to SNCC. And what I remember is a lot of stuff seemed to be falling apart to me. This is 1964, 65. We've gone through 64. The Civil Rights Act has been passed. The Voting Rights Act has been passed. We're trying to figure out what to do as an organization. And I remember being in this meeting in Waveland in Mississippi. And people were arguing with each other. And I thought it was at a point where I wasn't sure if we were all going to come apart, okay, as SNCC. Because usually when you argued, you would argue, but it wouldn't be personal. It would be about positions that people were taking. It was now getting personal. And so I felt like, I don't know what's happening here, right? And in the middle of this, Jim Foreman, who also couldn't sing, Jim Foreman starts raising his voice, will the circle be unbroken? And I'm thinking, nobody's gonna sing because they're all so mad at each other, And then suddenly, one person sings. And these are all SNCC people who had formerly been at each other's throat. And they start singing and they start singing. And soon that whole room of formerly arguing SNCC people are all singing, will the circle be unbroken? We are even holding hands, like you see. And so it was like, okay, song can still have the power to bring us together. There's just one third thing, and it was very quick. Another Bernice Johnson Reagan, because she always understood the power of story to tell the larger story of the movement. And she was talking during an Eyes on the Prize scholar session. And she talked about how, she said, Southwest Georgia, Baker County, it was called Bad Baker, because so many Black people had been killed by white supremacists in Southwest Georgia. And she said there had been a voting rights mass meeting in this small community, about 8 to 10 people, mass meeting, in a small rural Black church in Baker County. And she said, you know, it's all dark outside because it's the county. And so these 8 to 10 people are singing there. They're talking about, as Bernice often said, the business of the movement. Who's been fired? Who can't get grain for their growing season? Who needs help? And so they're talking about that. And then in the middle of this walks the sheriff, and he opens the door, and he strides through, and he turns around. He has the guns on either side. He turns through. He starts calling them by name. And he says, Hattie, because of course Black people didn't have last names. Hattie, does Mr. Smith know you're here? You know, Florence, does Mrs. Miller know you're here? Saying, I know who you are. I'm going to tell your employer, and you will no longer be able to work in this town. Okay. So he's saying this, and he's going by, and it's total silence in the church. And then Bernice says, suddenly from the back of the room, somebody starts saying, ain't gonna let nobody turn me round. And she said, Bernice says, then a second person picks it up and a third person picks it up. And she said, you could tell from the expression on that sheriff's face that he knew that the people he was looking at were different from the people he saw when he first came in there. And that they had been empowered by the power of this song. And she said he turned around and he went back out the door. So those are 3 instances where you see the way, people think it's kumbaya and we shall overcome it. No, there was a power that you felt. There was a strength and there was a resistance that came through in those songs. Yeah.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. Dorothy, did you want to add something to that?
I just wanted to tell you all that song also played a role in the SNCC meetings. And the SNCC meetings were like unlike any meeting you ever heard of. They weren't 2 hours, 4 hours. They sometimes were 3 days. And group singing, even in the middle of the meeting, was very popular. And I can't sing, otherwise I would give you a demonstration. If it was a song like This Little Light of Mine, people would change the verses. Yes. So you'd start singing and then somebody from the audience would contribute a verse. I remember sitting many times where the singing, one song, went on for 30 minutes.
That's incredible. Thank you, Cortland.
You could trace the history of the movement through song. Yeah. So if you talking about the early days of the sit-ins and so forth, you look at the song by Cordell Regan and Early Dogs, Why Can't My Dog Sit With Your Dog? If you're looking at, we were talking today of what happened in 1964 with Goodman, Chaney, and Chaney. And, in the Mississippi River, people were talking about, the people who were killed but not known. I mean, in terms of the violence. There was a sense of determination, which talks about we have been rebuked and we've been scorned, but we've been, talked about sure as you're born, but we'll not turn back. And the question and the one that we shall overcome had a range of situations. I mean, a range of feelings based on the situation you're in. If you were just tear gassed and facing certain kinds of police actions, there was a sense of defiance and unity. If you had a situation that you had just accomplished something, the same song had a different tone to it and a different feel to it. So my sense is that when you really understand the music of the movement, you really have to understand the music because it really traces all along historically. Or like, for example, when we were in Alabama and we were trying to defy George Wallace, there was a song, George Wallace, you can never jail us all. Said George Wallace, segregation's gonna fall. I mean, yeah, right. So my sense is that, we can, and I invite all of you who have the access to the the internet to really go to the SNCC Legacy Project site, and there's a lot of music on there that you can see. But I think when you talk about music, you're really talking about the history.
Can I say something very briefly?
Please, of course.
If you listen to the music, you'll see that it's always affirmative. There's nothing in the music, no matter what song is being sung, that talks about what we cannot do. All of the music talks about what we're gonna do or what we can do. It's an affirmative expression about struggle. And I think that point is often missed, the affirmative nature of the music.
Thank you. And please go ahead. Sure, of course.
To remember that we're 18, 19, 20 years old. So we're also doing pop culture. So when you hear dogs, 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 okay, my dog lover, your dog lover, okay, that's because we're listening to popular music. There are other ones that I can't remember, and you know all that stuff. Say something. No, it's just because I can't remember we're listening to Motown, we're listening to all of the, and then they become the freedom songs, but you need to say it.
My sense is that we were not all in the South under the thing, we were teenagers and young people, using the energy that we had. And one of the things that's, very important is I think as Charlie just said, there was a sense of creativity. Wherever we got the information, a lot of it comes out of the church. Somebody was talking about this morning, it comes out of the church. It comes out of the sense of community. And therefore, the singing, I think to really understand the movement, you really have to understand the singing. And I think that's a very important point as we go on.
And to remind us that this use of call and response was so important, as well as the customizing of the lyrics to the moment, reminding people what they were pushing for and working for and how they would push for it together. Very empowering. And I think it leaves a great legacy for people today to remember the importance of music as a tool of resistance and an instrument of creating positive change. And to those of you who want to know more about Dr. Bernice Johnson Regan's work, she was the curator and I think creator of an incredible 26-part series, Wade in the 26-hour series. I thought of it as 26 part also, but 26-hour series, Wade in the Water, which is incredible. But so please, avail yourselves of some resources. I'm sorry. And so, yes, we mentioned that, this morning. So she was the founder of the SNCC Freedom Singers and also the lead and founder of Sweet Honey in the Rock. So a huge catalog out there, but we were thinking like curriculum-wise, resource-wise, check out that Wade in the Water series. Okay, so if we don't have another question in the room, I've got a question for you all. If nobody has one, that's burning.
There was one more. There was one more that we had.
Go ahead.
We'll invite her.
Sure.
Talk a little bit about the SNCC Legacy Project and all that is entailed in that, how people can find it, and the overall goal of what it can do as a resource to tell the story.
Well, I'm whoever wrote that question, bless you. I was 70 years old after we were having the SNCC 50th reunion, and what happened? We expected 400 people at the reunion. We had 1,400. And at the last day of the conference, I was really tired, and so I figured I'd get there late. And of the 1,400 people, maybe 200 people would be there and stuff. I just get there, and there were like almost 1,000 people there. So after listening to Bob Moses and Bernice Johnson, I turned to Judy and I said, we really got to continue this because there's a lot of energy here. And so that was the sense of, we needed to continue to do something. So what we decided to do was do a survey of the SNCC veterans. And one of the things that we found is that our history was in our basements and our attics. and nobody would know, understand what happened. Because there was another SNCC before us, the Southern Negro Youth Congress, and they did not document their things. And so a lot of it was lost. So we decided that it was important in order for us to make known what was done, not only the action, but what was the thinking, what was our voices, and it's particularly the people we work with raising their voices. We thought it was very important that we make that, make that known and create. And we didn't have any printing things. And somebody asked about the technology we use. Anybody know about the mimeograph machine around here? I mean, that's about what we had. But we knew we had, there you go, somebody, so right. So my sense is we decided to use the digital space. So we're in the 70-somethings trying to understand the digital world and the social world, but thankfully people helped us out. And so I think we probably now have over 20,000 documents on the SNCC Legacy Project, the site we call a digital platform. We have probably maybe about 600,000 analytics show. We have about 600,000 people who come to look at the digital platform each year. And we are now going to use it to, we're now using it to teach classes. For example, next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, there'll be college course taught. And all you have to do is register, go to our site and register to understand about, securing the vote and doing a number of things. So I think a little panic happened. We were trying to get stuff out of the basements and attics. But I think because of all the work we've done over the past 14 years, we now have probably one of the most comprehensive collection of information about what went on over the past. And I would say we start probably, there's a timeline, and Charlie Cobb did a lot of work on this. Probably, I would say in the early 40s and also after 1970. So I think I would invite everybody to go to snclegacyproject.org and really explore what we have. It's going to take you a long time to explore it, but try to just do as much as you can.
Dorothy?
Yes, this is my favorite thing. I don't know whether Cortland likes it, but this is not a trip down memory lane anymore. There are crazed white people who are running into libraries and snatching books off shelves. And there are people talking about curriculum changes so that hoping that nobody else will ever know about the civil rights movement. So this SNCC Legacy Project, this website and other things, classes that Cortland and Judy talk about, this is I'm talking to the younger people here, this is actually the history that will not be here unless you all fight for it. And there is a place that shows the history.
Thank you, and we certainly believe in that here.
Just add one more thing, couple of things. History is very important because it determines people's worth. It determines people's worth. And I think Dottie's point about the importance of what we are seeing politically is I think it really has to be taken to heart. I mean, it's one thing, and for me, as Charlie said, we want to be very positive. And I think the positive piece about it is that we build our own reality, because somebody else is always going to tear our reality down, and just responding to them, because they're always going to be stupid. Stupidity is infinite. And so therefore, one of the things that we have to do is create a reality so that if people say, we are not going to be A- and we're not what they are now, we're going to be what we are, so that people understand our history, our sense. And it's really important that we have a comprehensive approach, because as Dottie points out, the big fight that we have today is who is going to define America? Who is going to define America? And a lot of it centers around education. A lot of it centers around history. A lot of it centers around who is worthy. And a lot of it is in terms of who gets to define. And one of the things that the SNCC Legacy Project is trying to do is engage in that fight to define.
Just to follow up, we understood early on, not just with the freedom schools, but in terms of the education that we did, and it's related to what they're trying to do in terms of suppressing the truth about anybody's history. And this is called Negroes in American History. It's a book we did in 1965, right in the middle, actually right after the Freedom Summer. And Charlie wrote the foreword, but it's a history book that includes American Revolution, Toussaint Louverture, slave revolts, Negroes and Indians, women in the movement, Frederick Douglass, Negroes in the Civil War, Reconstruction, Du Bois. Okay, but what Charlie's intro says at the beginning, again, this is what we are producing because we are even then influencing how the narrative is told about this history. And what Charlie says at the very beginning in his intro, this is a history book about us. It is about a history that has been denied us by lies about what we are and what we have been. It is a book with pictures that can be colored with crayons, but most of all, this is a book to be used. This is a book we helped make and continue to help make, and not just with crayons. What all of this means is that this is really a history book about us today as well about us yesterday. Now, he goes on, but the main thing is we are doing this because we know that the history books, not just in Mississippi and Alabama, but what I got in New York, in little Tarrytown, New York, they are not telling the real history about people of color, poor whites, anybody. So following that, one of the projects that we have with the SNCC Legacy Project is a National Endowment for the Humanities project. Keep 6 in mind. We are working with 6 HBUs, including Morehouse and I have the list here. Morehouse, North Carolina Central, Howard, Claflin, Tougaloo, and Prairie View. We go to Prairie View next. We've already been to Howard and North Carolina Central. We have 6 museum partners. The Smithsonian, which I call the Blacksonian because we've taken over them all. So it's the Blacksonian, the Birmingham Civil Rights Museum, the Memphis, and we've been working with Dory, the Greensboro Civil Rights Museum, the 2 Mississippis, and the Atlanta Civil Rights Museum, all on 6 themes that SNCC organized around. Voting rights, Black power, women and gender, freedom of teaching, and arts and culture. What we have produced, and you can get them on the SNCC Legacy Project, this is all free downloads, free. Operative word. Okay, so what you got here, this is the general guide, and it says interpretive booklet, but they're all geared to the SNCC Digital Gateway, otherwise known as sncdigital.org. And what you find there is the documents and the profiles that Charlie, as a journalist, made sure nobody went over 150 words. You see a video that I worked with somebody on about Miss Baker, and it's an 8-minute video about Miss Baker, the influence she had, but SNCC people talking about Miss Baker. But all of this is in this interpretive book as an overview of the other themes. However, you know who I feel like? Vanna White. Okay, so the other one is art and culture. I don't have a gown or a wand. Okay, so I've got art and culture toolbook. And again, all of it is text, it's photos, it's beautifully graphically designed, and it's around the organizing theme of arts and culture and how we use it. We also just did SNCC and Black Power. Again, beautifully photos, all that kind of stuff. We are currently working on voting rights, and then we'll do the others as well, the organizing tradition, women and gender. So it's a lot. We understand not just archiving, but also the importance of interpreting our story. And we did it way back when with Charlie and his intro to that book. Okay.
All right, so we only have like 3 minutes, so we're going to get one last question and squeeze it in. And we have somebody who's been waiting here and has a wonderful, and this is our wrap-up question. So we're going to get one final question. Thank you.
So I'm a high school teacher, and one thing that has struck me is, and I teach mostly juniors and seniors, so you're 17, 18, 19-year-old selves. So my question is, you've all spoken beautifully about recognizing your role as young people in meeting and recognizing local organizers, but you also had like the sense to attend to them. So my question is, what would you call young people to attend to in this historical moment? And how would you see their resources, like sometimes your naivete or your reading, what would you call people's sort of resources into that like sort of that magic of what do you attend to and how do they fit into it?
given the short amount of time, I only have one sentence here, that I tell young activists in particular, don't wait until you're 70 to begin attending to your history and your thinking as you're making history.
Absolutely. One more?
Yeah.
I would say, I don't know if this is totally answering your question, but tell them about Mrs. Hamer. And the fact is that there are a lot of other Mrs. Hamers, and they can find them. And I'm sure in the beginning, Mrs. Hamer didn't know she was Mrs. Hamer. Okay? And I think it's really important, it goes along with young people trying to find the resources, the human resources that exist out there that they may not know about.
And a final word from Cortland?
Yeah, I would say they need to tell them to begin to challenge themselves to do better, you know, to do what they want with what they see. Because as we started this conversation, how did you get into SNCC? And as Charlie talked about and other people talked about, I didn't talk about my challenges. People challenged me. And I think that the energy for movement and for making a difference in this country will come from their energy and their imagination. So I think that to give them permission to imagine a better world and to act to bring it about.
Thank you.
Yeah, really quickly, to make sure you surround yourself with people who also think you can change things. You do not want to be around people who say, oh, you can never do anything. It's always been like this, so we can. Don't do that. Stay away from those people. You need to be around folks that I have been surrounded by for 60 years. The reason I'm still going is because of the people up here on the stage. They surround me, they empower me, they energize me, and we laugh and joke a lot. And so that's what you need to stay around.
So thanks to all of you. Thanks to everyone in the audience, both in person and virtually. We want to thank all of you for continuing to think about the ways that history moves us forward. We have a podcast that's out right now, and we're in the first season. It's called Imagine in America, so we'll hope you'll check that out. But we also hope you'll check out season 2 of Imagine in America, where you will get to hear from several of our SNCC activist friends that are on the stage. We hope you'll join us for the Freedom Award on October 17th, which will be incredible. And then on November 9th, we'll have our next teacher workshop, which we always welcome community members to be a part of if you're interested in learning with us as educators about how we use our hearts, our minds, and our voices to change the world and influence students and all young activists to do the same. So books are at the back. Please make sure you get your copies of Hands on the Freedom Plow from the gift shop, Personal Accounts of Women in SNCC, and the other books that we have from all these amazing authors in the room. So we want to thank all of our presenters. And on the stage, we have Charlie Cobb, Judy Richardson, Cortland Cox, Dorothy Zellner. We want to thank all our presenters, and thanks to all of you for joining us. Take good care, everyone.